Special Committee on State Employee and Board Member Compensation. This committee was formed in response to many conversations that we have had in the past few years in regards to the state employee and board members' compensation and what we should do as far as trying to rectify some of the concerns in regards to state employees and the board members. So I want to welcome all of you here. I will just kind of preface today for the meeting. We do have 2 days scheduled. Is that correct, Dylan? Oh, 1 day. This is the only day scheduled. We have 3 days available. So depending on how the committee feels that we get through the information today, we may just go ahead and see if we want to make recommendations and not have the next 2 meetings that are scheduled that we could possibly have, because time is running short until we start the legislative session. If the committee does feel like we need to have some more days scheduled to have more conversation in regards to state employee and board member compensation. Welcome, Representative Sutton. Then we'll have the discussion at the end of the committee hearing or the meeting today and see if we want to schedule another day. We do know that Representative Poskins is going to be joining us by WebEx. So we'll go ahead and get started. First item on the agenda is the state employee classification, compensation, and board member compensation. And I'm going to ask Jill Walters, the First Assistant Reviser of Statutes, to give us a briefing. Welcome this morning, Jill.
Good morning. Thank you for having me testify today for you and giving you a brief on some information. So my part of the presentation today will cover classified and unclassified employees and salaries set by the statute. So I won't have numbers of like how many classified employees there are. Craig Knowlton will have that information later if you need it. So we're basically with this memo just reviewing the statute and what the current state of the law is regarding classified and classified employees, unclassified, and then state salaries that are set by statute. Article 29 of Chapter 75 contain the statutes concerning civil service and the designation of state employees as either classified or unclassified positions. Classified service appointments are made according to merit and fitness. Generally, classified employees are entitled to certain rights and procedures regarding demotion, dismissal, or suspension. Appeals can be taken when those things happen, when they are demoted, dismissed, or suspended. I could appeal that if I'm a classified employee to the State Civil Service Board. Unclassified employees do not have such constitutional property rights in their employment and can be terminated at will. So the statute that generally talks about classified versus unclassified is 75-2935. A position is classified unless it's designated as unclassified. Examples of positions that are unclassified include all elected officials, members of boards or commissions appointed by the governor or other elected officials, all employees of the governor's office, the legislature, and legislative agencies. And the courts are also unclassified. However, I do want to point out to you that the courts do have their own personnel classification system pursuant to 2162. And so they have a system where some of their employees do have due process rights under a civil service under the courts. They are not under the civil service by statute. So it is by the courts. So but they have positions that are both protected and then unprotected. Other employees who are unclassified by statute are university employees. At the time of this, when it was added to the statute, there were some university employees who were classified, but it is my understanding now that all university employees are unclassified and they were all converted pursuant to 76-715A. So they are not classified anymore. And then attorneys for boards, commissions, and departments are unclassified. And then if designated by the appointing authority, persons in newly hired positions are unclassified. So there's a part of that statute that specifically says that notwithstanding what it says in over here in this statute, these positions can be made unclassified when the position becomes vacant and can be converted. So even though, like, just for an example, let's just start with um, bids employees, even though 22, 45, 24 says bids employees are classified, if their appointing authority, who would be the director of bids, if when they have a vacant position, they want to convert it to unclassified, then when they would advertise for that position, that vacant position, they would say it was an unclassified position if they so desire to do so. So I'm not going to read through there, but then on the bottom of page 1 and all of page 2 are the statutes that generally those statutes say these positions are classified, but pursuant to this authority that was passed in 2015, the appointing authority could convert that vacant position to unclassified. There are positions that remain classified pursuant to the statute. So those positions include the chief engineer of the Division of Water Resources, certain officers, troopers, and employees of the Highway Patrol, agents and employees of the KBI, and certain officers and employees of the Department of Corrections. So another way to think about it is when the legislature was adopting that policy in 2015, it did not give the authority to KHP them to convert a vacant position to classified, or excuse me, to unclassified. The only way they would be able to do it is if they were rehiring. Let's see, how's that phrased? In a newly hired position, if designated by the appointing authority in a newly hired position. So if there was a new position, they could. But it's my understanding those have not been converted, that those positions generally KBI, KHP, and DOC are still classified positions. Any state agency, and this next paragraph really was put in there in 2015 because some state agencies, because of federal money that they get, they have to. One of the federal rules is that the agency has a classified system based on merit and fitness. And so this next paragraph 5 or subsection 5 in 75, 29, 35 was put in there to be sure that if a state agency had federal money that was coming in, and a part of the requirement of receiving that federal money was to still have a classified system, the state agency could convert people to unclassified, but they would have to have a policy satisfying the requirements of the feds. So they'd still have to have some protections to get that federal money. And I remember specifically in 2015 when we were talking about this, Department of Labor was concerned about that because they were getting a lot of federal money, and so they still have policies in place in the Department of Labor that meets the requirements of the federal government, but some of those employees could be unclassified. So that's why that was added to ensure we were following federal guidelines to receive our federal money. And I don't have any information off. I don't remember other agencies testifying about that, that was a problem, but I do remember Department of Labor specifically. So that's all the information I was going to present to you on classified versus unclassified. I'll now move on to statutory salaries. The following salaries are set by the statute, and then I will not read the statutory authority, but it is there for your reference. The governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, state treasurer, attorney general, commissioner of insurance, all the justices of the Supreme Court, all the judges of the Court of Appeals, the district court chiefs and the judges, and then district magistrates. Those salaries are all set by statute. Now, if you would actually look at these statutes, the salaries are a lot lower than they are currently. And that is because these salaries have been increased by provisions in the appropriation bills over many years. And so even though you'll see those in there, that's not the actual salary. It's been increased for fiscal years by the appropriation bills. Just as a note, a county or counties can decide to supplement the salary of a district magistrate judge. So if there are areas in the state that feel like their district magistrate judge should be paid more than the salary set, they can do that. Now, that is not allowed for district court judges. District court judges are paid what they said in the statute, so they are not allowed. But district magistrate judges, counties are allowed to supplement their salary if they so desire to do so. Then there's a statute, the 46-137A establishes compensation, expenses, and allowance for legislatures. And then 137B provides for additional compensation for legislative officers. So like the president, the speaker, minority leaders. And I believe chairs of appropriations and ways and means also get a little bump in salary, and that's in that. So there was put in place a statute in 2009 that said statutory salaries and expenses are increased by the same increase. Like if a classified employee would get a 2.5% raise, then all these others that we listed above, those would also get a 2.5% increase. Now, the caveat to that is we have done in appropriation bills many, many times, we have said, oh, but that doesn't apply for this fiscal year. That doesn't apply to legislature. Oh, for this fiscal year, it doesn't apply to judges. So even though if you would just let the statutes play out and you gave a classified raise to state employees of 2.5%, all those others would go up if you didn't make any exceptions to it. So the insurance commissioner, the lieutenant governor, all those would go up if you didn't make exceptions. But it's certainly within your purview to make exceptions. So that is very common, and it is just up to a legislative decision to what happens in those instances. I just gave you an example there if you wanted to see the exact language. I just added that for your reference. I do want to point out that the Constitution actually speaks to some salaries. Article 1, Section 15, and Article 3, Section 13 provide that the governor, lieutenant governor, attorney general, secretary of state, justices of the Supreme Court, and judges of the district courts cannot have their compensation diminished during their terms of office unless by general law applicable to all salaried officers of the state. And so I've been around long enough that there was 1 year that did happen. For the last, JG's nodding his head, it was for a few pay periods at the end of the year. These salaries went down, and then in conjunction with KLRD, we prepared a list of who a state salaried officer was. And so all those people had their salaries cut by a certain percentage amount. So that has happened before this has, but I only recall it happening one time. I've been here 37 years and I only remember one time. So I think it's rarely used, but it's there. And obviously we would follow the constitutional provisions. Then there is another statute for district attorneys that just says that the salary of the district attorney shall be not less than the salary for a district court judge. And so district court judges, whatever their salary is right now, that's what the counties would have to pay their district attorneys. Now, this does not apply to county attorneys. It's those counties that have a district attorney, those would apply. Now, they could pay more, and I do believe some of them do. So they are allowed to pay more. The county could pay more for their district attorney, but they can't pay them less than a district court judge salary. Then there's also another statute that worker compensation administrative law judges receive annual compensation equal to 85% of a district judge's salary. So that's just sort of an interesting statute that's out there that talks about a salary that's set by statute. The only other things that I wanted to point out is regarding bonuses. A state agency may award an employee a bonus pursuant to the Employee Award and Recognition Program. This award for distinguished accomplishment, meritorious service, or innovation is capped at $3,500 annually, and then an award may be given to an employee if they identify efficiencies or cost savings, and that could be 10% of the cost savings or up to 5,000. So that sort of bonus based on a cost saving is capped at 5,000. Meritorious service is capped at 35. And I might point out this is for executive branch agencies and employees. I do know that there is a statute out there that allows the Capers Board to authorize to establish a program to pay bonuses for their employees. So that is really the only state agency that is allowed or that doesn't follow the 5,000 cap. Capers can set up their own program. And then I'd like to remind you that the state had a program for longevity bonuses. It was $40 for years of service, capped at $1,000. This program only applies to employees employed prior to 2008, so it's actually been cut off to get new employees in. But I'll just me as an example, an old employee, I still get a longevity bonus, and I get the longevity bonus because the legislature has authorized me to, or authorized, Gordon and JG to give legislative employees that bonus. And I do believe that state agencies still do give longevity bonuses as well, but there are not new employees going in. So, like if the younger attorneys in our office, they would not be getting that. I'd be pleased to stand for any questions that you might have at this time.
All right, thank you, Jill. I do have some questions, and then we'll open up to the committee. Can you give a definition of fitness?
I think that was a term. I would just say an archaic term long ago that you met met the requirements of your job, like you were fit for service. Give an example, maybe you had to have a license for whatever your job is, and you were ready, available to take the job on. So no, to my knowledge, sir, there is not a definition of fitness.
So it would be in regards to, I guess, what's the best word I can use on that? Basically, knowledge base in regards to that particular position.
I would say so, yeah.
All right. Going back to, and I do recall the legislation that we passed in 2015 in regards to classified and unclassified positions. And if those positions were vacant, the state agencies or the executive of that state agency was able to convert those, if there was a classified position, to an unclassified position. How many times has that been utilized?
So I did ask Craig Knowlton from the Division of Personnel Services to be prepared to answer that question for you. So when he comes up, if you would have him answer that question.
Okay. Well, we'll wait for Craig to answer that question. And then can you elaborate a little bit more on the federal law in regards to some positions or personnel that need to have a particular pay rate?
So, sir, I'm sorry if I said pay rate. I didn't mean to say that. What the federal provisions are concerned with is um, having people in positions based on fitness and merit, based on their abilities, their knowledge. I'm just going to say, not a political appointee. So I think they wanted people to be able to be in these jobs. I don't know if I want to say secure, but um, not being worried about being let go immediately. That you're there to do your job. You're fit for the job. If you had maybe, like, let's just say somebody's applying for the job and they had 5 years of experience versus 25 years of experience, that person probably would get scored higher and would be more fit or meritorious to have that position. And so the idea is that you have some sort of protections um, in your group, that you're just not replaced at the whim of a new secretary every 4 years, every 2 years, whatever a new person comes in.
Okay. All right. Thank you. In regards to the statutory salaries, and is there a way to get what, I mean, I know you have the statutes listed here, but for the offices that sit in statute on what the salary is supposed to be, could we get a list of what the statute says those particular offices are supposed to be paid?
Yeah, I mean, so I would just give a shout out to KLRD. They put together fiscal facts, and so I actually think I remembered to memorize the page. I think it's on page 35, because we get that question asked a lot, and so on that, it's very handy reference tool for you all to have. But it has those listed, sir, for every fiscal year, and so um, I'm sure Dylan can pull that up for you.
Well, I think just heard JG say it hasn't changed. Um, oh, okay. But in regards to, you said that in the appropriation process in the budget, we have made changes to the pay of those particular positions in budget bills. When was the last time that we had an increase? Like, let's say, I'm just going to take the office of the governor. When was the last time that we had an increase in a budget bill for the pay of the governor of the state of Kansas?
So I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, I'm going to pass that question off to JG or Dylan, because they will have the specific. It's been quite a while, I think.
It's been quite a while, so nothing recently has occurred.
Because you've always accepted those out. Oh, so Dylan will know.
And then on the, Dylan, yes.
Mr. Chairman, just in answer to your question, we don't recall an adjustment to the governor. We'll double check. There has been adjustments to the judges' salaries.
Just recently, yes.
Yeah.
But I was more in regards to the statewide offices, as far as the governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, state treasurer, attorney general, and the commissioner of insurance, when those were adjusted last.
It's been a long time since those have been adjusted, and those are typically excluded from like the 5% salary adjustments. When all elected officials are excluded, they get excluded at the same time.
And I'm not advocating for increasing their pay. If they happen to be listening, I'm not advocating for that. Then on the final pay, why in the Kansas Constitution is the commissioner of insurance not listed?
The commissioner of insurance is not a constitutional office. They are a statutory office.
All right, thank you.
So their salary could be set by you. But I do believe in the past they've always been treated as, even though they're not a constitutional officer, they've been treated as the salary hasn't been decreased, unless everybody else's salary's been decreased. To my knowledge, they've not been decreased, even though they could.
And as Dylan kind of indicated, the judiciary has received pay increases in the last few years. And in your comments, you had mentioned that sometimes the counties can compensate for certain positions, not all in regards to judiciary, but in some positions they can. I guess in the knowledge that I've had in the last few years, it seems like they've always approached the state to increase the compensation for particular judges and not the counties. Do we have any information on some counties that have increased the pay of those particular judge positions?
We can get that for you. I do not have that, but we can ask Sean Jurgensen with the courts to get us that information. Johnson County specifically sticks out to me, because I recall when we were talking about that and they were just saying they needed the flexibility to pay district magistrate judges more to get qualified people to serve for who they were selecting in their county. So. But we will certainly ask them if.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to know, because it seemed like, obviously it would be a blanket policy with the state if we increased the district magistrate judge pay, just pointing them out, not in particular, but But I'm just wondering if they were wanting to find qualified candidates, as you mentioned with Johnson County. Were there other counties that increased the compensation for a district magistrate judge as opposed for the state increasing the pay through all of the district magistrate judges? And I'm just using them as an example, not just in particular to that position.
We will ask for that information, sir. I don't have it handy.
All right. And then when we talk about the longevity bonuses, and that was put into employees that were hired prior to June 15th, 2008, we're talking about 14 years after that. And if you were in the private sector and you were trying to retain employees, you would probably look at employees that have been in active service with that particular organization for 5 years would qualify for a longevity bonus. Is that something, obviously this is going to be a question more for the committee, I guess, but that is something that we probably need to update if we're not going to allow it. Then if I'm reading this right and what you said, we're not allowing for a longevity bonus unless they were hired prior to June 15th, 2008.
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Under this program, if the agency had money, they could do the meritorious service bonus, but you could ask Craig, but I don't think that's highly used.
All right, thank you. Senator Packard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jill, I was wondering, when you was talking about federal funds and there was some wording in there that required the classified, has there been a time that the federal funds has run its course and we get hung out to where that's unclassified and go back to unclassified, or is that an area? How often would that come up? You understand my question there?
I think we'd need to ask agencies, maybe send out a survey of those who receive a lot of federal funds, if that is still an issue, or if we could, have everyone be unclassified, and if that's even an issue anymore, sir. Okay. It was a concern in 2015 when we were doing this. I distinctly remember it was a concern then, but you could be correct, sir, that it might not be a concern anymore.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like us to find that out? Would you like us to? Okay, perfect. We'll do that.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have one specific question. The first specific one, the meritorious service, $3,500. When was that passed?
I'm sorry, I'd have.
Because I'm just, thinking $3,500 in 2000 is different than today or whatever. So I was curious about that. And you kind of indicated it hasn't been used very often. Is that true?
That is my understanding, but Craig would be able to give you the direct number of how, because I did not ask him to be prepared for that question, so he might have to get back to you, but but he would be able to pull that information.
Okay, and then my other question is, I know I've understood this better at other times, but super general question, classified versus unclassified. So the classified has constitutional protections.
Yeah, there's a case, I forgot what year, I don't know if I have, it's the Water Resource Offices versus Darling that actually discussed this issue, and it's still law. We shepherdized it, and it's still a valid law that a classified position has constitutional property rights to their employment, which just means they have due process rights. They could still be fired, still be suspended, still be demoted, but they have to have due process rights. And they just can't be.
What did you say the name of that case was?
Darling.
Okay. And then, so my question is, and it has to do with merit and fitness, classified does, but so the unclassified, they don't have those rights as much to due process, but they're also not based on merit and fitness. I mean, can you just kind of explain, it seems like every employee retention of their job is somewhat based on how well they're doing their job and even at their salary level. And so could you just give a little explanation of classified property rights versus non-classified property rights? Like what on the ground, what does that really look like?
Well, I think on the ground, what it means is if I'm classified and I've been demoted, I have the ability to file a complaint with the Civil Service Board, and then the Civil Service Board files my complaint. If I am unclassified and if I get demoted, my only real recourse is like, did I get demoted because I'm a woman? Did I get promoted because my race? I mean, those sort of things that I would have to have something else that is a protected right based on me.
Okay.
And I mean, and then now you're starting to get into a court proceeding,
Yeah. Right.
based on other things.
Okay. Okay. That's super helpful. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Billinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jill. Jill, on the longevity bonuses, seemed to me like the courts use some of this also, in addition to capers, like parole officers and things like that. Do we still have the longevity bonuses for those folks? Do you know?
So I would have to ask Sean Jurgensen over at the courts. I am not sure. So they have their own employee classification system. So they might come over and say, we're still implementing longevity just like the executive branch does. Can we have, I'm just making up things like $500,000 to cover that longevity, but they would have their own program, but I don't know if they do.
I know they were doing it for a long time. I'm not familiar if they're still, doing it, but I'm guessing they might, because I agree with our chairman. I think this is one nice incentive to keep long-term people. I mean, it's just like yourself. You've been here 30 some years. I think that's important that we continue to look at those type things if we want to keep, long-term employees. So I agree with the chairman. Thank you.
Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other previous rep over here kind of hit you up with some of the questions I had, but one, I just want a clarification, then I've got a question leading into it. But in here, you talked about classified service appointments. Let's see, position is classified unless it is designated as unclassified, but give me a general high-level definition of a classified position. Because you talked about unclassified a whole bunch, but classified did not get spoke of too much.
So the statutes talk about it is a position that is filled by someone based on merit and fitness. And then the only real classified by statute that are sort of still protected as classified are the Highway Patrol, Department of Corrections officers, and KBI agents, and then the chief water officer. It's kind of an outlier by position, but all those others are classified.
Okay, so what, and again, at a high level though, but what are the benefits or the liabilities of having a position classified versus unclassified? Why do we have the two tier?
I think the benefit, if I'm a classified employee, I am not going to be demoted, suspended, or dismissed without, I mean, you're going to have some valid reasons for doing that. And you're going to go in front of the Civil Service Board and you're going to tell them the valid reasons for that. The negative is that there were many years that there was no salaries. So if I'm classified, I would have been sticking on my pay range and I would not be getting a raise. I would not be getting more money. So that's the negative of being classified.
So is there a push to get more individual or job titles classified? Or are we trying to push to get more unclassified, or are we just gonna stay as is? Or
well, I think there was a push for a while that the executive branch, and Craig could talk more about the program, like the specifics of a program, but there was a time in the 14, maybe 13, 14 times where like I'm an executive branch employee, I'm classified, and my supervisor comes to me and says, if you agree to convert to unclassified, you can have a 5% raise. And I believe there were many people who did that.
okay, and you've answered what I was after. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, and just, from that time frame, I recall that there were many times that we had the discussion of moving employees from classified to unclassified for the very same reason that you had mentioned. And there was a big push in those years of 2013 and 2014. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jill, I know we've been beating this dead horse. Oh, by the way, I'd like to voice my support for longevity bonuses being cut down to 5 years. I kind of look forward to that. I wouldn't apply to legislature. I'm kidding. Anyway, I do want to go back to the federal requirements for a classified position. It seems like when you were talking, you said that they would have to have the policy in place, the classified structure in place, but I didn't hear you say that classified employees were actually required. Is that a difference is that a difference that we should explore?
So I think so I think the Department of Labor was just concerned they wouldn't get federal funds if they moved everyone to unclassified, that they would not have a merit-based system for their employees. And so what we were in the law, what we were doing by this subsection 5 was saying that you could still convert them to unclassified, but you have to have an agency policy that satisfies the requirements that it's a merit-based unclassified system.
Very good. Very good. That's important.
So
Thank
I'm
you
sorry
very
I
much.
didn't explain that further for you. Sir.
Well, you did, but we're talking about remedial help here, so I just needed a little extra there. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Our Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jill, thank you for being here. So my understanding or further understanding, I think of unclassified and classified is that classified positions, the job description can be very detailed. You are a HVAC operator 1 or an HVAC operator 2, and maybe when they're talking about fitness, there's some particular skills that you would need to have. And then there was always a chart for pay increases by the year. So I think some of that word classified was that you could very succinctly and precisely describe the work. You're probably a typist, before we had people that did more jobs. Is that your understanding as well, or?
Yes, I think that's a fair assessment. Although, I mean, I just do want to say, Senator, nothing would prohibit, like if the HVAC folks, if whatever state agency has them, if they wanted to convert a vacant position, they could.
Mhm.
But they could still have your, increase, like, you're moved to a supervisor 1 or a supervisor 3. You could still have all that. Nothing in this stops you from doing that.
And so then my other question that I'm not sure that you're the appropriate person to ask was, we talked just briefly about district magistrate judges. And how would we find out or get information about the workload across the state? Because that kind of a job and the hours needed may depend particularly on how many cases there are in your county.
I do know that the judiciary puts out, I will call it a state of the judiciary, and caseloads are in there. They have a full blown report every year that you could go to Rawlins County and look at what the caseload was there, and you could compare it to, Neodesho County if you wanted to. But yeah, it should be there, and we could send the committee the link. I think it's a large report, so I'm not sure we would want to photocopy the report or make copies available. But yeah, but we could give you the link, sir or ma'am. Excuse
Well,
me.
and I would probably already say by the direction of some of the conversation we've had in regards to questions is we're going to have another committee meeting. And we're going to be having the update on some of the answers in regards to some of the questions that have been asked. So we can, obviously, today we're not going to make recommendations. We'll be doing that at the second committee meeting because I don't anticipate having a third. But I think, and if I am correct, Senator Francisco, you might be alluding to the 1 judge per county and seeing what the caseloads are across the state.
I think it would apply, I'm just sort of saying if we're talking about whether or not a county can increase the funding, if you were able to work half time, which my understanding is some judges do, if you're able to work half time, then I don't know that the state would want to say everybody should get paid the same amount, or a county with a particularly high caseload should not be able to understand that they may have to raise that money. So it's just saying, should the salary be equal if the job requirements or
Caseloads are different.
caseloads are very different?
All right. Senator Francisco, did you have any more questions, or Senator Fack?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jill, I was wondering, how many classified employees does Kansas have? And I was wondering if, like, in comparison to total, have we ever looked at other states around just to kind of get a feel of percentage wise of employees?
So I did ask Craig to be prepared to answer the number of classified versus unclassified employees in the state. I do not know if he's ever compared actual numbers of those employees in other states. We would need to ask him that, sir.
Thank you.
Sounds like Craig's going to have a good time when he gets up on the podium. Any further questions for Jill? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we're going to have David Weiss with the Office Supervisor of Statutes, and he's going to update us on the statutes concerning compensation for board members. David?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is on board member compensation, board and commission member compensation. There are generally two statutes that govern that, and that is KSA 753212 and 753223. 753212, that's primarily concerning legislators that serve on a board or commission, but we'll see some examples where we do have certain other boards that reference that statute. The vast majority of your boards and commissions will have compensation based on 753223. That allows for per diem expense compensation, subsistence allowances, mileage, and then other expenses for those board members as they attend meetings of the particular board. So kind of jumping right into 753223. The first thing, board members do get paid a per diem compensation of $35 for each day of attendance at a meeting of the board or a subcommittee meeting if it's been authorized by the board. That per diem compensation will not be paid to a salaried state officer or employee, except for members of the legislature pursuant to 753212, which we'll get into in a bit. That statute also just defines the board as any three or more public officers or other persons who are given by law a joint authority. So it's a pretty broad definition of board. So in addition to the $35 per diem, there is a subsistence allowance under that statute that would be paid unless we're talking about legislator, then we go to 753212. The subsistence allowances is defined to include all charges for meals, lodging, includes fees and tips to dining and lodging staff. Then pursuant to KSA 753207, the Secretary of Administration actually is given the authority to set the rates of subsistence allowances for in-state and out-of-state travel for official purposes. And then the statute does say that the rates will only be fixed once the Secretary considers the actual costs incurred in travel, rates allowed by the IRS, and other matters that the Secretary deems pertinent. Then the next compensation piece is mileage. Board members will be paid mileage for miles actually traveling, going to, and returning from a meeting. And that's also delegated to the Secretary of Administration through rules and regulations. Pursuant to KSA 753208A, the Secretary of Administration may fix rates of mileage allowances for privately owned conveyances, and they can be split out for automobiles, motorcycles, aircraft. And that statute also then does set a cap on the mileage allowance rate. The statute says it has to be the lowest of either the rate allowed by the IRS, the rate used in preparing the governor's budget, or any revision to the rate that was made by the legislature in an appropriation act, a budget bill for a particular fiscal year. And that actually kind of did come into effect during this session. During this calendar year, the IRS actually, for the second half of 2022, raised the mileage reimbursement rate to 62.5 cents. However, in accordance with the statute, since the rate through the budget process was at 58.5 cents, that is still the rate that did for mileage reimbursement throughout the whole year for the state of Kansas. Then finally, under 753223D, board members are paid actual necessary expenses incurred in performing their statutory duties pursuant to rules and regs adopted under KSA 753207 by the Secretary of Administration. And then also, if there's a subsection there in the statute that says provides that when a board member is directed to receive amounts pursuant to 753223, such member would receive the subsistence allowance, mileage, and expenses, but not the $35 per diem unless such member is a member of the legislature. So if there's a specific reference to 753223E, you don't get the $35, but you get the remaining allowances. That's fairly rare. Usually you just, most of the boards give you the $35 per day. So going to 753212 for members of the legislature, they would receive their per diem at the rate of $88.66 instead of $35. Non-legislative board members generally treated the same, whether the statute cites the 3212 or 3223 and receive their $35. We'll see an example though with the board of regents where that's a little bit different. They still, of course, everybody would still get the subsistence, mileage, and expenses for attending meetings. Though the statute does say that no legislator will receive compensation under the section during any legislative session, except for when the legislature is adjourned for a period of more than 2 days, since the legislators would be paid under their normal kind of legislative compensation statute. They wouldn't get both. And just as an example of an agency where board member compensation is cites to 753212, that's the State Board of Indigenous Defense Services. Then I've also got a few specific examples in the statutes where there's a variance, where the legislature made a policy decision to kind of deviate from the general board compensation statutes. It's not intended to be exhaustive, it's just kind of for your reference. First would be the Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission and then the Kansas Lottery Commission. Those commission members can receive compensation subject to appropriation limits. Those can be determined by the governor. It's not set out at $35 or a specific dollar amount. It's as determined by the governor. And then in the Capers Board of Trustees, those members would receive compensation in the same amount provided to members of the legislature. So instead of the $35 a day, those Capers members get the $88 in addition to their other subsistence, mileage, expenses. And then in the State Board of Regents, this side does cite to the 753212 statute. However, it does say that they get paid as a member of the legislature would. So again, they would also receive the $88 a day per diem. And then so we've had some discussion on the State Civil Service Board earlier, and then this specifically states that's out their per diem compensation at $70 per day, and then they also get if they're residing more than 100 miles from the location of the meeting, they get $35 each day for travel back and forth from a meeting or a hearing if it's on another day besides the actual meeting day. So that's kind of just a real brief overview, Mr. Chairman, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you, David. I want to go back to the per diem on the front page, statute 75-3223. And they're paid a per diem of $35 for each day. Do we know what other states, and particularly the state surrounding the state of Kansas, is paying in that same fashion?
I believe, Craig might have some information on that. They've done a survey of the other states, and he'll have some of that.
Craig is going to be very popular. All right. So, and then on page 2, when you were talking about the IRS made the adjustment, obviously, in regards to the increase in fuel to 62.5, but we still kept it in the budget at 58.5.
Yeah. Because
Can you explain how that supersedes what the IRS adjustment is again?
Yeah, I mean, the statute says that the rate of mileage shall not exceed the lowest of the following rates in 1, 2, or 3. So the 58.5 cents was what was used in preparing the governor's budget, and that was what the legislature approved through the budget process. So that, since that rate is now lower than what the IRS rate is, that's how the statute controls. And so it's the lowest of that. Or if the legislature wanted to, for a particular fiscal year, went through the budget process and would have lowered it to 56.5 cents, that would have been the rate that controls. But so it's the lowest of those 3.
All right. Thank you for elaborating on that again. And then I guess, is there any way, and that might be more of a question for Dylan or JG, can we get a dollar amount that we have appropriated in fiscal year 2022 for what we paid in regards to compensation regarding to state boards? It's on, okay, it's in the packet. Well, we'll just wait and we'll get that information then. And then I guess I'm just going to generalize a comment here. I know last year during the legislative session, there was a discussion, I believe it was the Banking Commission, in regards to increasing the per diem. And it might make it a lot easier if we did not have these exceptions for certain boards and commissions and just flat rate it at what the legislative pay is for that day. I'm just going to make that observation right now and not have exceptions. Any questions for David? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I appreciate your comment about the banking board because I'm on one of the committees that reviews those requests. And there has been concern from some of those members about being able to attract people. The other question I had is there a way that individuals could be compensated for taking the train?
David?
I'd probably defer that to maybe the Department of Administration as they set those rates. But I believe if they had like an expense, a train ticket or a stub, that should, I think that's generally reimbursable, but I'd probably defer to
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick clarifying question at the top of page 3, when you say, 3223E says that when the board member receives amounts pursuant to each of these subsections, then but not the 35 per diem compensation. So can you just clarify for me what you're saying right there?
certainly, yeah. If you say at a statute for a board member just said, they shall receive compensation in accordance with 753223E, that particular subsection, that would give them the mileage, those subsistence expenses, but they're not allowed to get the $35.
Yeah, okay. And so what do we know what boards or who is under that section E?
I'd have to go look and see how many. I'm not sure. I don't have that offhand, but I don't.
It's in the packet. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Thank you so much.
Senator Bellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, on KSA 7532112, and after the mileage and reimbursement, it says, and actual necessary expenses. What would that entail?
That would be if you had, say, a turnpike tolls or parking fees or those kind of things relate to a space to travel to a meeting. You had to, you went on the turnpike or something of that nature.
Something other than the meals and
Yeah, it'd be other than meals, other than just your actual mileage driving the view. But if you had to pay some additional expense to make it to the meeting.
Thank you.
Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 2 under mileage talks about it. Well, I'll just read a sentence out of this. Board members shall be paid mileage rate prescribed under KSA, and it gives a number for miles actually traveled going to and from such board meetings. What about, can you define board members? And the reason, what I'm leading to is, as a vice chairman, occasionally you are asked, gee, the chairman can't make it. Can you fill in for me? But I'm not actually a board member. So therefore, I've attended many of these. I've driven across the state, never been compensated. Why?
I mean, well, if you're, so you weren't,
I was not a member.
I'm
I was
a member.
asked to fill in because the individual was not going to make it. So it was prearranged to sit in there for it, specifically transportation board.
I'd have to look into that specifically.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, thank you for your presentation. I was wondering on the Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission, on the Kansas Lottery Commission, how much are they being compensated for right now?
I believe that's in the packet Dylan has. So
Do I?
it's in the packet. Yeah.
What
I think Dylan will speak to that
I'll
shortly.
get into it. Oh, thank you.
Any other questions for David? All right, seeing none. Thank you, David. Thank you for being here. We're going to go ahead and move on to the implementation of the 2022 salary adjustment plan. And so I'm going to ask Dylan Deere, the managing fiscal analyst for the Kansas Legislative Research Department, to give us that update. Dylan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So you should have a packet in your folder that says KLRD on the top. There's a variety of materials that are in here. Before I get into the packet proper, there's been a couple of questions that have come up. There was a question asked about when was the last adjustment for our constitutional officers, so the constitutional elected officials. That was 2009. JG was able to determine that and looking back at some information. Of course, judges have received salary adjustments more recently than that, but the rest of the district treasurer, the governor, stuff like that, it was 2009. There was another question about longevity inside of the judicial branch and whether or not they are providing longevity bonuses for newer employees. They are using the same policy as the rest of the state, which is prior to 2008. So it's that 14 year. So they are following the exact same policy. Moving on into the packet itself, the 2022 legislature appropriated $145.3 million, including about $50 million for a 5% salary adjustment. That is most state employees, and the exclusions were for legislators or employees who are part of another salary adjustment that was going on at the same time. So in other words, if you had asked for salary adjustments inside the budget that was separate from this, you got that salary adjustment, not the 5%. The Division of Budget then went through the budget and certified all those salary adjustments. The total cost came out to about $120 million, including $40.9 million SGF. That left about $9 million in that SGF account of the State Finance Council that just reappropriated into the following fiscal year. The reason the amount came in lower is because we build our estimates off of the approved budgets, not the number of actual employees at the time that those salary adjustments are provided. Due to vacancies, particularly at the Department of Corrections and some human services agencies, and also in the state hospitals, the total cost came out lower than was originally anticipated as a result of that. There was also some additional headroom built into that estimate, I'll admit, as well, because the money would just reappropriate and they could be lapsed at that point. So a little bit of spare, but that was the effect. Below this, you can sort of see the various legislative salary adjustments that were approved for fiscal year 2023. The first one is that base 5% salary adjustment. Then you can see that there's the Kansas Highway Patrol was given $6.4 million to implement their salary and wage pay matrix. Turning to the next page, You have judicial branch. That was the second year of that implementation. This one only mentions judges and justices, but there was also a $10 million salary adjustment for non-judge personnel. But that was done by the previous, not last year's legislature, but the one before that. It just got implemented out over 2 years. The KBI has one for commissioned officers and forensic scientists. The state fire marshal has a recruitment initiative. There's the $56.5 million for the 24/7 pay plan, which I believe you'll receive a briefing on this afternoon, the progress on that. Sentencing Commission had some salary adjustments. BIDS had a $4 million SGF salary adjustments for attorney and non-attorney staff. DCF did some for some protection specialists. Administrative hearings had a 5% salary increase that was separate from the other 5% salary increase. The Department of Administration had a separate $150,000 just for capital complex housekeeping staff. And Ethics Commission had a salary adjustment of roughly 15.8%. And then down there, you can see the amount that's appropriated for the longevity bonuses that we've been discussing. That is a shrinking pool at this point. So the longer you're in, the more money you get. Okay. However, the total number of employees is going down, and that's that's about as much as that is a number that's decreasing at this point. So the total amount spent is decreasing, not as quick as you would think it would be, because it's just sort of two factors that are working against each other. Turning to the next page, on page 3, you have FTE positions. This is just basically there was a net increase of about 384.3 FTE positions. Most of those are in the correctional facilities, the judicial branch. There was some in Wichita State University, but those were all FTE increases that were approved during the last legislative session. FTE, full-time equivalent employees. For those who don't serve on appropriations. So it's one FTE could be 2 people, 2 half-time people, something like that. So it's full-time equivalents. And then a little bar chart down there, or a little pie chart to give you a demonstration of that. Turning to the next page, you have 2 to 3 pages of the by agency appropriations for the 5% salary adjustment. So that just shows you how much was appropriated to do that salary adjustment by agency. I've grouped together all the other funds. So there was separate appropriations for state water plan fund and other appropriated funds, but I'm just showing you SGF and all other funds in that way. Turning to the next page. So this is, and the next 12 pages, is all of the various boards and commissions that currently exist in statute. Now, that does not mean these all meet. Okay, there are some of these that have not met in a long time, but this goes to show you just how many total boards and commissions still exist or somewhere in the statute books. And there was and it also shows the statutory regulatory authority, and the language in that column on the right will tell you whether or not they're receiving the standard per diem or some other amount that's set in there. Just as a footnote, roughly, I think there's 4 boards where the governor basically determines the compensation. That's what the statute says. Basically, it's an amount determined by the governor. And there's 4 committees that are on here that are basically, they get the same thing as legislators get. And that's the way the statute works. It says, they shall be compensated in an equivalent amount as legislators. Moving to the last page on here. This is budget expenditures for board members for fiscal year 2023. We have passed this out before, but I think it gives context to how much money we're talking about here. There is all funds, 1.5 million. SGF, 529,000 is appropriated, and that's the page with the green on the top. I would point out that if you look at it and look at the Board of Tax Appeals, which is about a third of the way down the page, 401,000 of the SGF and of course the all funds as well is going to the Board of Tax Appeals. So of that $529,000 SGF, 401 is for BOTA because it is technically a board, and so it is included on the list. Obviously, those board members of the tax appeals are that's who we're talking about out of that number. They're compensated roughly $147,000 per year as the salaries for those board members. Of course, that name has shifted between the board and the court and back a couple different times over the last decade. Anyway, that's really just sort of background information. I would be willing to stand for questions about this information, some of which I'm sure I'll have to get back to you for.
Or we'll just wait for Craig.
Awesome. Even better.
Thank you, Don. The first question that I have, and this has kind of baffled me in regards to government, because it's not how it's done in the private sector. And that's when we do a base salary increase of 5%. If you're in the private sector, it's based off of your work and your performance. But when we're talking about state government, we just give everybody a blanket 5%. Is there any way that we can have that discretion made by the agencies, the departments, to decide based off of their work and performance that those good employees receive a pay increase and the ones who are non-performing do not? Because in the private sector, as a manager, you have those hard conversations with an individual who is actually overperforming and saying, you know what, you deserve a pay increase this year. And then you have to have a conversation with an employee that is underperforming and say, look, due to your results, you're not getting a pay increase this year. But it doesn't seem to happen in government.
Mr. Chairman, that is actually one of the questions this committee has been charged with answering, how to go about implementing that kind of thing. Craig is going to talk about it a little bit. I will note for unclassified employees, that's already the case. I mean, those adjustments can already be made, and the majority of the state workforce is trending in the unclassified direction. I believe there was a decision made on the last 5% salary adjustment to just do across the board 5% salary adjustments. That's an executive branch sort of call. Okay, so that was within their discretionary authority. For classified employees, obviously it gets a lot more complicated because you're trying to keep people at the same number of years of service in the same position with roughly equivalent salary adjustments.
And I would say,
okay, and a satisfactory evaluation has had a satisfactory evaluation as well
with classified.
With classified,
right? But unclassified does not require a satisfactory job evaluation.
That is purely the discretion of the agency head when it comes to unclassified employees.
Well, and I think when we start looking at pay increases in the future, instead of just doing an overall blanket 5% pay increase or 2.5% pay increase that we've done in previous budgets, I think we need to have it be performance based. And I think we need to be specific in the language. And maybe that's something that we'll have a discussion on in the next meeting, is how can we tailor that language in a budget bill to where we're actually incentivizing the employees that work for the state that are actually doing a benefit for the state, and then actually for the employees that are underperforming, maybe that's an incentive for them to increase their job performance. Like I said, in the private sector, that's how it's done. I've been a manager and a supervisor for a very long time in my corporate finance experience. And that's exactly what we did, where you had the evaluation and you determined what their pay increase was going to be. And I had a set amount that I would administer through all my employees. And there were many times that I had to tell employees, no, you're not getting a pay increase this year because of A, B, and C. And I think we need to start looking at that in a more private sector and not the way we've been doing, just a blanket pay increase.
For context, that performance requirement was in the original motion in the House Appropriations along with the 5% salary adjustment.
All right, thank you. Next, going on to basically the last page, and I think there was some text in regards to some boards that have not met for quite some time. Do we have a list of those boards, let's say in the last 5 years, that have never met?
It is something we could work on. That would have to be a request that we'd send out to agencies. In some cases, the board doesn't even wholly reside within the agency. It exists in statute, but it's not exactly within the structure of the state government. But that's something we can get for you.
I would just contend that if a board hasn't met in 5 years, the likelihood of them meeting in the future is probably not going to happen. And so maybe that's something that we need to evaluate as a legislature of whether or not that board is warranted in statute. That's just what I'm kind of thinking, because I'm looking at for fiscal year 2023, and it looks like quite a few of those boards with the Department of Agriculture haven't met. So I would like to know in the last 5 years of those boards that have not met at all.
That's something we can work on for you.
All right, thank you, Dylan. Committee, any other questions for Dylan? I think everybody's waiting for Craig.
I think everybody's always waiting for Craig, so it's all good.
All right, no more questions? Oh, Senator Francisco.
Thank you. I'm just looking at this in terms of the Department of Agriculture. And they have meetings. So are you saying they haven't met because there's no budgeted compensation?
It does have the number of meetings. I think that's what they can have, but they haven't met. It's budgeted,
The
but they
pet
haven't met.
advisory group has met because they've reported to us.
In fiscal year 2023.
No, but I was saying if you said they haven't met for the past 5 years.
I was asking for the boards that have not met. This is just fiscal year 2023 where they have not met. But I'm not pointing out any particular board. I want to know the boards that have not met at all in 5 years.
If I could
Yes,
comment,
Lorraine.
I know that there's other boards that are appointed just for a short period of time, like the Food and Farm Task Force. You know, that may not be a board, but in looking at this list of
Well, and I would say you can't generalize anything off this list because it's only fiscal year 2023. I'm asking for the boards that have not met at all in 5 years and see whether or not we need to keep those on the statute.
I would note that the list on the last page is budgeted only. Okay, so sometimes you have a board that doesn't actually have a specific budget, and then they would appear in the statutory list, but they might not appear on my final list because we're only just talking about dollars for those.
So I would say that'd be a request for the next meeting as we can then work on those boards and then have a discussion on whether or not we would make a recommendation to the legislature of whether or not we should still retain that board or if that board should just be eliminated off the statute. Any further questions for Dylan? Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. When you were talking about the FT positions and how many we authorized, and did we reduce any agencies' FTE positions? And do we have any idea how many of those are not filled? They're they're in the budget, but they're not actually filled. Do we have any numbers for that?
There's a workforce report that the Department of Administration publishes on an annual basis that has total actual filled positions, like a head count. That information is also in the budget analysis published by the governor, her budget report. So I can get that information for you relatively easily. I can have it for you today. But we know the number of vacant versus filled positions that we can show. As far as deletions, there were a couple really small ones around the edges. It's mostly in the current year. But there's not many. You can see that this actually sums up those things that I listed on there, sums up the overwhelming majority of that 384.3, which is a net. It's because there was a couple that are like, we deleted 3. I didn't put bullets in the report for like, we deleted 1.3 FTE positions.
I can think of one for sure that I think we deleted 8 or something. But
yeah. There was a couple. There's a couple small ones.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well that would be great if you could get us that information.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I do have another question that I was just thinking of. In last session, we actually had a particular agency where the board had increased the director pay. It was authorized by the legislature because it was in the appropriations bill. And then the governor's office retracted that pay increase. Can you explain how that can occur?
Well, I think all executive branch employees serve at the pleasure of the governor at the end of the day. I'd have to look at the statute to see if the board had direct authority to approve salary adjustments in that case. I'd have to look at that board authorizing statute in order to determine, because in many cases, the board will sort of sign off on the stuff things as a policy, but maybe not have that statutory authority. So there's a difference between having the statutory authority to raise salaries, okay, versus just a board setting policy that says, yes, we agree, you should go out and ask the legislature and the governor to, do a salary increase for your position. And I think that's likely the case here.
Okay. Well, I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, if the particular board approved it, the legislature approved it, and the bill, I mean, we're the appropriators. And if we deemed that there was a necessary pay increase, I was just kind of wondering how the governor
So
Obviously, you said it's an executive branch office, so it's under the auspices of the governor's office. But if the board and the legislature approved it, I'm just kind of would like to have more information on how that can be retracted by the executive branch.
certainly, I would note that that approval is the same way a lot of approvals are for the appropriations process. It's sort of, you've looked at the budget, you've approved the budget. It could maybe you go out and buy. I approve you to go out and buy computers, replacing computers, because when you review the budget. But unless you actually write into the appropriations bill that says this position shall increase, provided that you'll increase the position, then it's an informal instruction rather than a formal instruction.
All right. Representative Delberding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 2, or I'm sorry, page 3 on your document is talking about FTEs at different correctional facilities. So I'm just going to pick the first bullet item, talk about 62 and a half FTEs, and it was specifically for a renovated 200-bed substance abuse treatment center. Who's in that? Because our medical staff is outsourced. So are we counting outsourced head counts? Or is it state employees?
I think you're talking about state employees in this particular case. So you're talking about the correctional officers that guard the doors and let people in, let people out. So it's, even though it is a substance abuse treatment center, it still requires correctional officers. It's on the Winfield Correctional Facility. The same is true of the Lansing one after that. Those are 2 new facilities recently constructed.
So if my math is correct, it takes 1 officer for every 4 individuals in a bed.
I mean, that's the information that's provided here. The Department of Corrections will be here this afternoon if you want to talk to them about exactly how that staffing works. But they'll be here to have that conversation.
Thank you.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So just a quick question about the budgeted expenditures on, I don't know what page this is on, the list. And the Board of Tax Appeals is 400 and almost 2,000 for 3 employees. And you make a footnote that that's employees and there's 3 of them. And so why, as full-time employees, are they listed on here as it's called the Board of Tax Appeals. So is that, how is that different than full-time employees of other agencies? And why is it listed on here? And 134,000 per person for 3 people seems.
So they make 147,000 is the base salary, and I think 150,000 is the appointed agency head, roughly. And I really want to call that out because it's different from everything else that's on this page. I mean, most board members show up in the system as less than 0.1 FTE, okay, because there are only occasionally, very occasional attendance. Even legislators, when you serve on boards, you actually appear in the agency budgets in the judicial branch if you were to serve on a board over there, and you show up as a fractional FTE inside of theirs. And that's why we talk about members in that column. And the Board of Tax Appeals, it's really a completely different fish. It's really, they're full-time employees, just like any other employee. It's just called the Board of Tax Appeals. So it's technically a board, so it appears on the list.
I see. Okay. All right. Thank you.
That was a modification we made a couple of years ago, changing from the Court of Tax Appeals to the Board of Tax Appeals. Any other questions for Dylan? The only other thing that I would probably state, if you look on page 2, under the Department of Corrections and the hospitals on the 24/7 pay plan, we used ARPA money for a pay increase, which obviously is going to be a continual expense in regards to that which we authorized in the legislature. ARPA money in 22, but in fiscal year 2023, we matched that same increase.
It's almost 100% SGF in 23.
Do what?
It's almost 100% SGF in 23.
Yeah.
There's a little fractional amount of effect.
Which is one thing that we cautioned all of our cities and counties across the state to not do, and here the state did it. So I just wanted to point that out. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Dylan. We'll go ahead and move on to probably the most popular man in the room right now, and that is Craig Knowlton. And he is the director with the Office of Personnel Services with the Kansas Department of Administration. He's going to talk about the state employee market rate comparison study. So, Craig, welcome to committee. Is your mic on?
How's that?
There we go. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I think the main topic that I was going to be presenting on is being passed out right now, but I understand there have been a few questions that were kind of in my area. So I didn't know if you wanted me to take those first or go through my.
Go through your presentation
Okay.
first, and then
Okay.
we'll see if any other questions develop from your presentation and from the questions that were asked before.
Perfect. Will do. All right. I'm here today to discuss the results of our annual market survey for this year. My plan is to kind of provide a quick overview of what that document shows, and at the same time discuss our survey process and methodology, and then answer any questions that the committee may have about that, as well as the other questions that have come up this morning. So the document that was just passed out is a table with a lot of numbers on it. So starting in the far left-hand column, that is the list of the job classes and titles that were used as benchmarks in our survey. And those are listed in alphabetical order. So the state of Kansas has just under 350 job classes. So those are classified titles. And we probably have double the number of that in unclassified job titles, which are typically a little bit more specific. So we can't include all of those when we send out a survey because we'd never get responses back. So what we do is we survey 1/3 of the workforce annually, and that cuts down on the size of our survey, but also ensures that we are keeping timely information. So we also don't survey every level of a job. We instead select key benchmarks within a particular job that gives us a better understanding of how to establish market for that entire profession. So, for example, the first benchmark listed is accountant 3. So the state has 5 levels of accountant. So rather than sending out benchmarks for all 5 of those, we take the middle one, which is the full performance level, and then we use that to determine pay for the others. In addition, based on experience, we know that it is difficult to get information on certain types of jobs. Executive level, management level are very, very difficult for us to get from particularly private sector employees, and then also certain industries. So in addition, some industries, with engineering being the most particular, they conduct their own surveys. So traditionally, they have not really participated in our survey. So there are other industry-specific surveys that are out there. So those are not included in our benchmarks. So moving to the right, the next 3 columns of the document show the information for the state of Kansas positions. So the first column shows the number of employees that are in that particular benchmark. That's pretty self-explanatory. The second column shows the average hourly rate of those employees. So this is base pay only and does not include overtime or premiums. And basically that's how we get information back from our comparator respondents. So that's how we average things out using that methodology. You will see some salaries that compare salary structures or compare starting rates. Those are looking at something a little bit different. This is the actual average of those all employees within that particular benchmark. We think that gives us a better picture of the full scope of employees working in there. It's going to account for your long-term employees. It's going to account for your new employees. It's not just picking, this is the minimum that we pay, this is the maximum that we pay. So the last of those 3 columns shows the market position of that particular benchmark. And that is determined by comparing the average pay to the market rate column and showing the difference as a percentage. A negative number shows that the benchmark is below the market average, while a positive number shows that the benchmark is above the market average. So the market rate column right there that has it's dark at the top there, shows the average hourly rate for the benchmark based on the data from essentially the 8 columns to the right of that one. The first 4 of those are from in-state employers, and the last 4 are from other state governments. In those columns, the number of employees is essentially the same as ours, total number of employees from respondents that match that particular benchmark. Then the number of organizations column shows the number of individual respondents from each group that provided matches. The hourly rate is the combined average hourly rate of all employers for that particular benchmark. And then finally, the effective date column shows the month and date when the data was collected. An NA indicates that there were no matches with other employers on that particular benchmark. So for the in-state employers, this July, we sent out 447 salary surveys to various public and private employers within the state. Those are considered to be essentially our main competitors for jobs. In total, we got 105 surveys back, so response rate of just under 25%. That varies from year to year. As you can imagine, the past couple of years have been very difficult to get information back, so this is actually trending a little bit better. And rather than asking the respondents to match titles, we provide a description of the duties for each benchmark and then ask the employers to provide information for the job in their organization that matches with those duties. So we then, once we get all that, we spend several weeks following up with respondents to make sure that we have solid comparisons. So we target public and private employers all across the state. So we're not focused on one particular geographic area. So cities, some examples of cities that responded: Abilene, Dodge City, Emporia, Hayes, Leavenworth, Leawood, Manhattan, Olathe, Pittsburgh, Wichita. Counties, in addition to some of those that the cities are in there, we have Cowley, Finney, Johnson, Leavenworth, Lyon, Reno. Some private employers, Brewster Place. So given the focus on that industry, we were very happy to get that information. Sac and Fox Casino, which is really good for benchmarking some of the security benefit for some of our financials. That was very good. And then Stormont Vale was one that was really helpful to kind of get a benchmark on some of the nursing. And then we also send it out to USDs, and we get a lot of those from across the state. We had 3 from Topeka, we had the Shawnee Mission School Districts, we had Ellsworth, we had El Dorado. So a pretty good spread this year. Now for the other states, there was methodology established back when the Hay Group did their pay study back in 2008 that we use 8 other states as our comparator market. And those states are Arkansas, Colorado, Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Wyoming. Now, the ones surrounding us are pretty obvious. Wyoming and New Mexico were selected by the Hay Group because they were roughly at the time comparable with compensation, also in the geographic layout of having several metropolitan areas and then multiple rural areas. And we also had, at the time, the classification systems were somewhat similar, so it was easy to draw comparisons. So we have stuck with that methodology since then. So to determine the market rate, the data from both surveys is compiled, and we weight the data for in-state employers 75%. That's just to show that we compete with our in-state competitors much more so than we compete with our other states. There are some places where other states are a strong competitor, but not across the board. And for those benchmarks where we don't have in-state matches, we do use the data from the other states as the only data that we have. I will say that Arkansas did not participate this year in the NCASG, which is the National Compensation Association of State Governments. So you'll see a lot of 7s there. That's everybody that responded in 2022. So there's a couple that, like, for example, if you look down there at the building system tech, the effective date of that data is 7/18 on the far right from state governments. Essentially, the NCASG stopped using that as a benchmark. So that's the most recent data we have from them. And you'll see there, we had it from all 8 states. So it fluctuates year to year based on who responds and what has been happening in their particular state. So that's basically how to look at the document. I know that's a lot of numbers and kind of methodology and everything, but So rather than going line through line, just make a couple of overall comments on just in general. The sweet spot really is you'd like to be within 5% of market one way or the other. That indicates if you're just 5% below, you're within reach, you're probably competitive, and it doesn't take a whole lot to get there. If you're a little bit over, it's good, you're just a little bit ahead of the curve. Another thing that and it's hard to get people to see this sometimes, is it's not always a bad thing to be above market. It basically means that that particular benchmark, there's been a priority placed on it, and we're doing better in comparison to our competitors for that particular position. So that happens. Sometimes it's something that's a focus. Sometimes it is correcting long time issues that have been in place, and that moves things up, whereas other agencies or other states may have not. So that's basically, I mean, I'd be happy to answer any questions about how we look through this, or how we do the survey, or any of the results of the survey that you'd like. And then we can move on to those other questions that came up.
All right, thank you, Craig. And so I think you elaborated on that and explained. So first column, state of Kansas.
Mhm.
The last column where it says state government, that's the name of, or that's the group of the surrounding states, and whether or not they participated and how many employees they have.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Representative Delperding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for finally being at the microphone.
No problem.
Where
Glad
do
to
we
be here.
start? Hey, a couple questions here, and I'm going to quantify this by saying I sit on the budget committee for transportation and safety. So you gets into KBI, Department of Corrections, Highway Patrol, et cetera, et cetera. So those are ones I'm just going to pick on, and that's the reason why.
Sure.
No hidden agenda there. I know we've done a lot of research and concern, specifically, I'm going to say Highway Patrol for the first part of the question, trying to get new recruits in, because it went from 30, 40, 50 a year coming into 4, 5, and 6, which is not sustainable for us. But when I look through the charts here, you've got comparisons and market price values for Highway Patrol Master or Tech Trooper. And it shows the average of $35 per hour in the state of Kansas, which shows it above market average. Where's the entry level numbers? How do we compare on that?
We typically don't survey entry positions because a lot of them are pass through. So you spend a certain amount of time in that and then you move on. So we look at these each as kind of a profession as a whole. So like the accountant example, we took the full performance level as our primary benchmark, and then we kind of adjust off of that. So the master trooper is essentially the full performance level for the highway patrol.
And I think that's about 5 to 6 years into the position.
Correct. I think it's 2 years or 1 year as a trainee, and then either 2 or 3 as a trooper. And then if they've been there that long, then they move up. So that's kind of where we start with that. I do know that there was some data provided during the session about starting pay, which, as I mentioned kind of earlier, that survey was a comparison of pay structures. So it showed this is the least that we pay, this is the most that we pay for each particular level. And I think that was essentially what was utilized to kind of establish that base. So when you establish that base and do that to try and attract new employees, you kind of have to ripple that up. So what that number tells me is we have a lot of long-term troopers. So they're kind of further out, and that is not to be, I mean, it wouldn't be unexpected for them to be above market if they have a lot of experience in that particular job.
Right, and I agree with that. It's just that we're hurting trying to get new ones that are going to have to be recruited in order to fill behind them long-term ones, because we've got a bunch that, I've seen the numbers, and I don't remember what it was, but the number that are becoming or are currently eligible for retirement. And it's almost scary when you look at those things if we're not replacing them. And then on the first page, it was Corrections Officer 1, that's your entry level, but you got a B in quotations behind it. What's that mean?
Yeah, the corrections officer 1A is the entry. And then after a year, they move to the corrections officer 1B. So we would consider that 1B as essentially full performance for that level. So that's why we chose that as a benchmark.
That was just the question on that, because I know we've done a lot of focus on that.
Yes.
To get that one improved. So, okay, I appreciate the answers.
Sure.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was here during the Hayes study.
So was I.
It was some time ago, and appreciate all that's being done. I know one of the things that stood out at that point was the effect of giving a percentage salary increase over time to very different salaries. So if you worked in the cafeteria and you started at $9 an hour and got some very good percentages over some of those years, 6 or 7, right? You still were kind of left out when we reviewed all the salaries with the market rates or outside employers, because we had been so consistent on just that percentage and not increasing some of the lower percentages to bring that up. Has anything been looked at in these past years about that effect?
It's really, and it's kind of a principle of compensation management. You want to have this, if you're doing 3 things, you're doing it right. You adjust your entire pay structure, so that'd be a general increase or a COLA.
Mhm.
You allow employees to move through whatever profession, whether that's a pay grade, so the old step movement kind of thing. And then you also target those that are in need of adjustment for whatever reason, whether it's market, whether it's a change in the industry, what have you. What we have done as a state, and what the Hay did primarily, was to focus on that latter part. And it did not provide at the same time as much for across the board increases. So what we've seen is, over the years, the state has done a good job of doing one of those a year, sometimes 2, but very, very rarely do we do 3, which is kind of how we get to the point of some positions are left behind, others, due to the focus on them, are looking pretty good. So yeah, there should be 3 aspects of that compensation management, and that, quite frankly, it becomes just a budget issue of how much should this component be, how much should this component be, how's that going to look, some of the comments on how that should be provided, is performance an aspect of it, those types of things. So as a state, and I think in general, public sector employers have been limited at being able to provide all 3 of those things on an annual basis. So you just kind of prioritize whatever is most needed. So I think, to your question, the smaller increases for some of the lower level pay, it definitely makes a bigger impact on retention, because, quite frankly, it means more to someone who's, goes from $10 to $12 an hour than someone who goes from 30 to 31 or 31.50. So something like that. So it's a significant impact on that. So, for example, the 5% applied to everybody. So that was as equal as you could get. But there are certain groups where a targeted increase would be more meaningful than others.
Have you seen any examples of salary increase proposals that talk about both a percentage and a dollar amount? Like, everybody who works for the state gets $100 for the year, and then in addition, I'm just making up these numbers because.
Sure. We actually work with the division budget and the governor's office to discuss multiple compensation options going forward. So we present all types of different numbers and options, and say what is the best to get to what we particularly need. When you look at last year, it is a combination of, we did the 5% across the board, which was basically a hybrid of a general increase and employees moving through. But then there were also some groups, specific groups, that got it. So last year we did 2, so that was a good thing. Having a regular increase, as we've seen with some of the career progression plans that have come up for particularly our law enforcement officers, that regular movement is something that they believe, and I do believe it is meaningful for some employees knowing that that's going to happen. So when you used to have the old step increases that were all the time, then a general increase, and then maybe a pay study showed that your job class was behind market, so it got moved up a pay grade. So there you're doing all three things at one particular time. So we present all multiple options, and then it just kind of comes down to what makes it through the process.
Any further questions for Craig? All right. Did you want to answer some of the questions that we had in prior discussions?
Yes, I listed a few of them, so I'll knock these out as I have them written down. But if there are any that I missed, please let me know. The number of classified employees currently is 4,400, and the number of unclassified employees is 14,180. So now that is for executive branch, non-university. So basically everybody under the governor's jurisdiction. With respect to the question about whether we've compared to other states, we haven't done that recently because other states have done various efforts of moving to non-civil service or non-classified as well. But we can certainly ask, if it's the surrounding states that we're most interested in, we can certainly ask those NCASG members to give us a comparison on that and get back to the committee with that. The pay for performance question, I think Dylan did a great job explaining that. For unclassified employees, that's essentially what you have right now. Your salary is based on, we do review those to make sure that we're not completely out of, if we're paying an accountant and you're calling an accountant, we're not paying you like the head of an agency. So we make sure of that. But different accountants and who are better at their job or have been there longer or are more productive for whatever reason, they can be provided additional increases or more than others. For classified employees, essentially there's no mechanism in regulation that allows to distinguish between someone who gets a better performance evaluation than someone else. The only thing there is the old linked to STEP. You had to have at least a satisfactory, or now it's meets expectations, in order to be eligible for a step increase. There's nothing further in that. With some of these career progression plans, we already have those in place. There are some groups, I think the Bank Commission, the Department of Credit Unions, they have their own kind of movement through those bands, and they factor in the performance ratings. Those are unclassified employees, though. So for classified, that would be the trick. And something would have to come from, as Dylan mentioned, it'd have to be very directive in legislation to say, for these particular individuals, someone who receives a higher level of a performance review would get this. Someone who receives this would get something else. So that's where the difficulty is. The classified structure is all based on what is in our regulations for implementing pay, and that's Article 5. So, and we can provide that information to the committee. So, another big one was the per diems, about what other states are doing. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of guidance there because most of them are much like us in that different boards or commissions get different amounts, some pretty significantly. The only surrounding state that provided us anything was Iowa, and they're $50 across the board. They're one of the very few that don't vary. The lowest that we saw was Wisconsin, which has $25 a board, $10. So they're pretty low. Some of them go up to $300 a day. We've got 60, we've got 100, we've got 90. Unfortunately, there's no really good way to do that. I think as far as fairness, something across the board is probably beneficial, because I think based on those, the review of those statutes, some of those statutes have not been amended for a very long time, and they were just put in place, and that dollar amount has just sat out there. So, if you've got a board member, I used to work with the Civil Service Board. $70 for basically being a hearing officer for a whole day. That's not a whole lot of money when you're paying hearing officers to actually do that. Pretty significantly more than that. $35 a day for a whole day board meetings. That's rough. It's tough to get people to come and want to do that. So I think any increase or any increase to the baseline at least would be welcome from all the agencies that have boards and commissions. And I don't know if the Board of Tax Appeals issue, I think those members, their salaries are tied to district court judges. So they're like the KCC. So I think those would probably be the best example of the commissioners at the KCC are full-time employees, just like those Board of Tax Appeals, the heads of those agencies. So they are very different from most board members. So, but those are the only two groups that I can think of that would probably be in that category at that level of pay. That was all I had written down, but it sounded like there were a couple before I got here. I apologize for that.
Oh, no, thank you, Craig. Were there any other questions that need to be answered? Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Craig. Appreciate this. And excuse my ignorance on some of this, still learning this stuff. So like in the private sector where you may have an individual holding a couple of different jobs, just looking at these hourly wages, can you help me understand a little bit hourly versus salaried when it comes to state? And then is there anything in statute concerning two salaries at the same time if they're in two different positions?
Yes, there is a regulation that prohibits an employee from working more than 100% of a job. So you can have two part-time jobs, not to exceed 100%. There are exceptions to that if it's a teaching position at Regents University. But in that case, both positions would have to be exempt or salaried. You can't have hourly for both of that. And the distinction for the state and for all employers for what is hourly and what is salaried is based on the Fair Labor Standards Act. And the default position is you are hourly and therefore eligible for overtime. And in order to be exempt from that or salaried, you have to meet certain tests. And those are, there's one for an executive level test. So if you're making hiring, firing decisions, there's a learned profession test. So attorneys, those types of positions, engineers. And then there's an administrative test where if you're involved in the business decisions of the particular employer, then you can meet it there. But other than meeting those tests, the default position is hourly. So some of the positions here are salaried employees. We just broke it down for ease of comparison to make it hourly, just for comparing to the other states.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Craig, could you repeat the number of classified to unclassified real quick?
Yes. Classified is 4,400 and unclassified is 14,180.
And and you said that did include university, but it includes community college and tech schools.
No, that would include
so anything under Regents is not included.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Craig, I think you made a comment about 25% responding. Do you think that's a high number, low number? Was there big cities that did that? Could it distort the numbers? That's my question.
It's definitely lower than what we would like. The last few years, we've seen that just with all the stuff that's been happening for all the employers. They just didn't provide that information. We'd like to be up around 30, 35. It's actually pretty decent for surveys. To offset that, we've sent it out to more, just kind of shotgun approach, try and get more back as best we can. We would always like some of the bigger cities to respond, some of the bigger counties. Shawnee County and Sedgwick County did not respond. The city of Topeka didn't respond. So we do like to get that, but at the same time, we do like to get the information from all the different counties that we can. It's dangerous, and I think we fall into it. And I think what you are probably presented with a lot are agencies or particular industries will pick those highest numbers with, well, you know, in Johnson County, they're paying this and this and this, but you have statewide operations. So you kind of have to account for that. You know, the pay in Johnson County, if you take that and walk it across to somewhere else, may be one of the higher paid positions out there. So looking at it as a statewide operation, that's why we try and get as much information as we possibly can from as many different employers as possible. But we would love to do anything that we can to get a better response rate, to be completely honest. We provide it to them, and in whatever, I mean, we're still sending out paper copies to some of the smaller employers that would prefer to do it that way. So we try and be as accommodating as we possibly can to get those responses back.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you for letting me ask another question. So Craig, can you help me understand? So when I add classified and unclassified together, you know, it's 29,000. I'm sorry, 18. That's what I meant. Sorry, put it extra. So, but when we looked at the FT positions that we authorized, it was almost 42,000. I'm just trying to understand how does all that fit together?
I would defer. I'm assuming that would include the Regents universities. Okay.
So the difference between 40, almost 2,000 and, you know, 18,000 is all involved with region employees?
And possibly judicial would be the other. Are they? Yeah. So,
Island.
Yeah, so Regents and Judicial Branch are both in that number. So you're just looking at a little bit slightly different data sets. The data that we provide on FTEs does incorporate data from the Board of Regents. The Board of Regents uses a different personnel system than the rest of the state. And so we get their information via a download from the individual Regents universities' payroll systems.
Okay, so, you know, just, I mean, as we're all kind of figuring out how many people work for the state of Kansas, and so, I mean, if it's 42,000 and this many classified, this many unclassified, then the balance, I mean, can we just assume, I mean, maybe that's what you just said, but I'm confirming that I'm understanding correctly what's going on.
After lunch, if the chairman approves, I can provide some information that'll show head counts and FTEs data so that you can see exactly how many people, and that will incorporate all the different portions of the state, even those that use different payroll systems. So,
If you could provide that, I think it would be beneficial for the committee.
and if I may, the only classified employees would be in the executive branch under the governor's jurisdiction. So all the judicial, all of the regions would all be unclassified. So that 4,400 number is the total number of classified employees in the state system.
Right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That'd be great to get that information.
Any other questions for Craig? Actually, I do have a couple. So when we're talking about the evaluations on state employees, what is the performance measure grading? And is it uniform across all state agencies and departments?
It is supposed to be. Some have been altered slightly due to memoranda of agreement. For example, the Highway Patrol has a slightly different process and grading system. Right now, it's a 5-level grading system. So exceptional, exceeds expectations, meets expectations, needs improvement, and unsatisfactory are the 5 levels. So for the most part, that is consistent, but I know the regions would do something different. The agencies, under another elected official, they're probably doing something different. And then the system specifically applies to the classified service. We encourage all agencies and those under the governor's jurisdiction to use the same thing for unclassified as well, but there's nothing that mandates that because it's all in a regulation that says permanent classified employees. So that is something that essentially the administration says you need to evaluate unclassified employees just like you do the classified employees. Whether that's done on top level management in certain places, probably not. It's not everyone gets something, but I know for the most part, most of the big pockets of employees, it is done regularly. It's set up to be as fair as possible, but everyone is going to say that there's some subjectivity in it. Now there's an appeal process for classified employees too if they don't agree with their evaluation. So we already have elements to.
Who do they appeal to?
They appeal to a peer review board that would then review the information and then send it back to the evaluator to change or to go forward with.
And so, and we've stipulated in pay increases in the budget bills saying that they had to have basically be performing employees. It'd be anybody that meets expectations and higher.
Correct.
Right. Now, we haven't seen the governor's budget yet. We won't see it until the beginning of January. And I hope to retain my position as appropriations chairman. We'll see what happens after the leadership elections. But I was wondering if there was any way that your office could supply this by the next meeting with the Department of Administration, or maybe Legislative Research could supply this and break down these employees' classifications even further. Because obviously, Accountant 3 is going to be across numerous departments and agencies, not specific with, say, the Department of Transportation. I'd like to know by agency and department what these employee classifications are falling under. And the reason why I say this is because once we get the governor's budget and we break it down to our budget subcommittees and the appropriations committee, we have an addendum to the budget book that says, here's your employees and this is where they're at, either above market or under market. And if we have any type of addition to the governor's budget where we say we're going to have a blanket pay increase that we've had in the last couple of years, we have that information. We say, well, you know what? This employee is already above market. And then we can go and we can pick and see, well, this employee is actually under market. So maybe we'll evaluate and see whether or not we're going to warrant a pay increase instead of just a blanket 5% or 2.5% pay increase. I'd like to have a breakdown of each employee by department so we can have that for the budget committees to analyze and do further work in regards to whether or not that pay increase may be warranted.
I think I could work with legislative research on that and just doing an all employee run and then adding essentially the market rate of their job classification. We should be able to do that.
All right. Thank you.
A moment of clarification. That might be difficult for regions, so we have to request that data from regions.
It seems like the Board of Regents all morning has been this exception over here. So
that they are.
It doesn't surprise me. Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm trying to understand how this would work if you did that and we only have the market information for Accountant 3, then what happens to the accountants 1, 2, 4, and 5?
What I would do is we would provide essentially an all employee run. And then for the benchmark positions, we would have where their market position is. And then the other positions that are essentially in that same job family, you would also have that information for costing purposes that you could apply the same rates to that. So I think we can work that out. That's essentially how we do our own costing if we're making such a proposal to the governor's office of the budget.
Any other questions? All right. See none. Thank you, Craig.
Thank you.
All right, committee. That actually brings us pretty much on schedule. So right now we are going to break for lunch and we're going to resume at 1:30 where we're going to have Alan Conroy with Capers addressing the committee. So we are under recess until 1:30 p.m. All right, committee, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and have the executive director with the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System, Alan Conroy. So welcome to committee, Alan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee. Certainly pleased to be here and try to address the specific tasks at hand. We have quite a bit of written material, but I promise I'm going to move through that at rather rapid pace unless there's any questions to slow me down, which I'd certainly be pleased to try and respond to accordingly. And also we have one of our trustees today, Ernie Claudel, is in the audience here. And I think you may be hearing from him in a little bit. So just of course, on page 2 is just a reminder, of course, that we certainly drive home with our staff as we work with our members and retirees that CAPERS really only exists for one purpose, and that's to be that fiduciary to serve our members, both active and retired. And of course, touch on a lot of lives of Kansans, over 300,000 active, retired, inactive members. We work with 1,500 employers across the state. Of course, the state, all the local school districts, all the counties, almost all the cities. City of Wichita is probably the biggest exception. They're large enough to have their own retirement system. And then you get into community colleges and then all those special purpose districts like a drainage district, a township, fire service protection district, and so forth. As a trust fund, of course, then we have a board of trustees on page 3, and it just shows you our 9 trustees, 4 appointed by the governor, 1 by the president of the Senate, 1 by the speaker of the House, 2 elected by the members, and then the state treasurer by virtue of the office. On slide 4 is just the 3 specific tasks that Dylan had conveyed to us. Just a very brief overview in terms of the CAPERS retirement plans, particularly focusing on CAPERS 1, 2, and 3, kind of how CAPERS stacks up to other retirement plans at a high level in other states, and then cost of living adjustments, particularly including the cost. On page 5, then, CAPERS is defined as a qualified 401A defined benefit plan under the Internal Revenue Code. So all our statutes then, in terms of setting it up, are in compliance with those federal statutes. And so because of that, then that allows for certain tax advantages. Probably the biggest one is that member contributions then are picked up and excluded from taxable income for federal income tax purposes. And so, but then, of course, there's that hook. If you want to be qualified from the federal standpoint, then you have to make sure you're in compliance with those IRS regulation guidelines and statutes. And that has been one of the, I think, overarching concerns of the legislature and policymakers over the years to make sure we stay square with the IRS. On slide 6, then, there's 3 plans. Again, we're mainly focused on CAPERS, state, school, and local. Again, all state employees, all local school employees. And as you probably remember, the state pays the employer contribution for all local school districts as part of state aid to education. So the state has a major contribution in terms of that annual CAPERS employer contribution as well. And then there's 2 others, and then those local units, cities and counties and so forth. There are 2 other ones that I really won't spend much time on, but there's the police and fire one for public safety officers, police officers, firefighters, and emergency medical technicians. If their employer decided to affiliate with the police and fire retirement system. And there's about 106 local employers, including the state of Kansas, that offers that plan. A fair number of local governments, in terms of their public safety officers, have elected regular CAPERS for them and have decided not to affiliate with police and fire. And then there's the judges retirement system, which is for all state affiliated judges. So district court judges, magistrate judges, court of appeals, and Supreme Court. On slide 7, then, in terms of those CAPERS retirement plans, there's actually 3 tiers, 1, 2, and 3. Capers 1 was for members who joined prior to July 1st of 2009. And certainly it's one of the largest groups, but it's now closed because if the member joined after 2009, they're going to be in one of the other subgroups of Capers. Capers 2 came about through pension reform legislation in 2007, and it applied to all members from 2009 through December 31st of 2014. So it's also a closed group. There are a limited number of groups, correctional officers. Even if they're hired today, they're allowed to participate in the Capers 2 group instead of the Capers 3 group. Capers 3 then came about from pension reform legislation in 2012, and it applies to everybody that was hired after January 1st of 2015, again, except those correctional officers. And then there are 2 tiers within police and fire, although most of them are in Capers Tier 2, which goes back to 1989. On slide 8, then, all of the Capers plans are defined benefit plans, often called pensions. And so it takes in contributions, of course, from the employers, the employees, and then the investment earnings on the trust fund. The plan then, once a person's vested or has the required minimum years of service, they're guaranteed a lifetime monthly benefit for the remainder of their life. And these defined benefit plans, basically, as in Capers, it's 3 factors: years of service, what their final average salary is, and then a multiplier. And currently, for most Capers members, it's 1.885%. Capers 3 is technically a hybrid. It's a cash balance plan that uses account balances to determine benefits. But in the actuarial world, it's still a defined benefit plan. And most Capers members also receive, of course, Social Security benefits as well. And as you'll hear, some plans do not, some other state plans do not provide that coverage. Just in terms of cost on slide 9, then, in terms of those contributions, the employees for Capers 1, 2, and 3 is 6%. The employer contribution amount is calculated annually by the actuary based on actuarial experience, on investment returns, and it's currently, in the current fiscal year, it is at 13.11% for that Capers state school, 8.9% for Capers local. And just as I mentioned, that Capers employer contribution for the state is a significant contribution, and annually in 2023, it's estimated to be around $640 million. So it's one of the big commitments of the state in terms of funding Capers and in terms of state contributions. The Capers 3, that cash balance plan, again, it's a little different type of plan. The employer contributions, they don't receive the full employer contribution until after they've served a number of years. It starts out at 3%. Once they get past 20 plus years, then it goes up to 6%. But again, it goes into this notational account, which I'll talk about just a little bit more in a second. Then I should just, oops, and then there's just some examples here of some benefit structures, and maybe I'll just walk you through the first one, and then you can kind of glance at the other ones. But on slide 10, then, is a Capers 1 member. So again, they had to be retired or hired before July 1st of 2009. And again, it's that final average salary, years of service, and that multiplier. All the Capers members are vested after 5 years. So again, once they have 5 years of service, they're guaranteed a lifetime benefit when they're eligible for retirement based on age. To get to normal retirement for Capers 1 members, there's that 85-point plan, which is a combination of years and service. So regardless of their age, if they get to 85 points, they can have normal retirement. they can have it at age 62 with 10 years or age 65 with 1 year. And again, there's a couple examples: $40,000 annual salary, they work 20 years. The CAPERS benefit for the CAPERS 1 member would be about $14,200 a year. A 30-year member, same final average salary, it'd be about $21,200 a year. And then slide 11 is CAPERS 2. Again, I'll just mention there, they do not have that 85-point plan. So that age and years of service does not apply to these CAPERS 2 members. They're still vesting at 5 years. All of their years at 1.85% on the multiplier. And that normal retirement for them is age 60 with 30 years, age 65 with five years. There are a couple slides there on CAPERS Correctional. I'll just point you to that. Again, they, similar to the CAPERS 2, they do have normal retirement for certain correctional Group A, those particularly correctional officers age 55 with 10 years, correctional Group B are age 60 and 10 years, and those would be staff that have direct daily contact with inmates, but not correctional officers. And then CAPERS 3, the cash balance plan. Again, anybody that joined after July 1st of 2015, the benefit is based on the total account balance at retirement. So it's like a defined contribution plan. Those member contributions go in, those employer pay credits, that scale that I mentioned, 3 up to 6%, also goes in. They're guaranteed interest credit on that account of 4%. Plus, if there's been good experience in the trust fund, and there's a formula that goes through, but can add another 1.5 couple percent to the benefit of the individual. They have the same normal retirement CAPERS 3 members do as CAPERS 2, age 60 with 30 years or age 65 with 5 years. I'll just, on slide 14, just a little bit more about cash balance. It is that hybrid plan, attributes a defined benefit, attributes a defined contribution, guaranteed life income, never lose what they put into it, guaranteed, the minimum, that guaranteed 4% interest on the account balance. But again, whatever's accumulated when the person gets ready to retire, that balance in that notational account, as it's called in, is annuitized into a lifetime benefit. And so particularly those interest crediting then kind of gets the member then in to that risk. Defined benefit plans, generally like CAPERS 1 and CAPERS 2, the employer is responsible for sort of plugging the hole if there is one. So the employees pay in, the trust fund earns whatever it's earns, but if there's any shortfall, it falls to the employer in terms of increased employer contributions to fill the gap. Here on the defined contribution plan, it's more, it's what's there in that notational account of the individual that gets annuitized. So it's a shared risk type of plan. Several of our neighboring states have a cash balance plan. Slide 15 just shows kind of the steps to go through that I just talked about. It's just a graphic that might help if there are any questions. 16 and 17 are just KP&F and judges. I should just mention there is a death and disability program administered by CAPERS. It's all employer funded. It's an additional 1%. So again, for state employees and so forth, the state pays the full 1% of the total payroll contribution. They get disability benefits in the first 24 months after disability if they aren't able to do their specific job that they were doing when they became disabled. And then after 24 months, to be able to continue to receive disability benefits, they have to be disabled from doing any type of job, maybe not their job that they originally were doing. And then there's a $4,000 death benefit for all CAPERS retirees paid to their beneficiaries. So just So that's just a brief walkthrough of CAPER's benefits. I'll keep marching forward then in terms of retirement plans in other states on slide 20 then. Of course, all of the 50 states and the large municipalities like the city of Wichita offer retirement benefit plans for their public employees. The most common one, the largest one in terms of plan design is the defined benefit plan like CAPERS and KPNF and judges. Plan design varies quite a bit, and there's, of course, lots of factors that can enter into that, but one of them is Social Security coverage. Kansas in the day decided to affiliate with Social Security for state employees. School districts are in for CAPERS employees. Just as a side note, highway patrol troopers and KBI agents are not covered by Social Security. Of course, they are by the police and fire retirement system, but they do not get Social Security benefits on their state job, trooper, KBI agent. And so plans, when those decisions were made, generally back in the 1960s, the decision was plans, like some of the plans, statewide plans in Missouri, elected not to provide Social Security coverage, like the Missouri State School Employer System doesn't provide Social Security. So as you start comparing plans, how much does the state pay? What's the benefit? I think a lot of times the question is Social Security in or not, because like in CAPERS, we have our benefit structure, but really then in terms of sort of the total retirement package, you'd really have to add on Social Security benefits to that. While some plans, it's just the state plan and there's no Social Security sort of added on. So some of those benefit multipliers and so forth, some of those other factors, like in Colorado, not covered by Social Security, the multiplier, I think there's like 2.5%. Well, you think, oh, CAPERS is only 185 and they're 2.5%. Well, because they're not paying Social Security, the state of Kansas is for state employees. So just factoring those kind of comparison things in, certainly. And then, of course, plan design, police and fire is a good example. You want young, vigorous law enforcement, public safety people out there in the field. And so the design is different, probably it's designed so people come in at an early age and exit at an earlier age because of the physical demands of the job. The judge's retirement system originally was designed for people that may have had a successful law firm and maybe come to the bench late in their legal career, and so it's structured differently. Slide 21 just looks then at, you start sort of dicing all these different retirement plan systems, of designs. 3 states and the District of Columbia only offer a defined contribution plan as the primary retirement benefits structure. 9 states offer a defined contribution plan option as a primary retirement plan, so members have a choice. 9 states offer a hybrid defined benefit plan and a defined contribution plan as the primary one, so they're 2 parts, and they, the benefits calculated using both sides. And then 5 states offer a hybrid defined benefit and a defined contribution plan as an option. And so anyway, there's a map coming up that might be really more helpful on slide 23. Slide 22, but there's 46 states, including Kansas, that utilize some type of defined benefit plan, at least as the primary or default retirement system for all or a portion of their public employees. And of course, CAPERS, that defined benefit plan, has been in place since 1961. And so again, that cash balance plan has a guaranteed annuity for life, which is probably one of the basic hallmarks of a defined benefit plan. Slide 23 then just kind of is a busy colored map, but you can see Kansas, Nebraska, Texas, and then some of the plans in California are defined benefit and cash balance. So that's where we are. Nebraska's had a cash balance plan for decades. Kansas, of course, more recently, and Texas even, I think, came after us. So the blue states are the ones that have the traditional defined benefit plan, and then there's all those combinations. We'll be glad to provide follow-up information. Just to remind you, on slide 24 is the actuarial or the normal cost. That's the CAPER's cost for current active members and the expected value of the benefits going forward. So the employer contribution, that normal cost does not include any unfunded actuarial liability, because that's the obligation from prior years that the state's paying on. But normal cost is what is the actuarial cost for the current active members without any of that prior year shortfall in funding or less than actuarially required that adds to that unfunded liability. And it's difficult probably to read too much into averages, again, because of all the differences, but the average normal cost for all state and school plans, and there's 94 of those. And again, like Missouri has a separate state plan for state employees, a separate state plan for school employees, a separate state plan for local employees, and so forth. But that average for those plans is about 12.7%. For Caper State School, it's about 8.99%. And so you put both costs together, that normal cost for the current people, and then the funding, that unfunded actuarial liability. You put those two together, and you get then the total actuarial employer contribution rate. And of course, it ranges a great deal from 3% up to about 65%. And so the average for all state and school plans was about 22%. In this survey for Caper State School, it was about 11%. And then just briefly, a few slides on cost of living adjustments, the third area Darlene had tasked us with. And that's, of course, the purpose of the cost of living adjustment, of course, is to currently right now, when a CAPERS member retires, whatever they get in that first month's retirement benefit following retirement, that's what they're going to get for the rest of their life, or their joint survivor might get it if they select one. And that's it. And that's what the plan is designed for. That's what the statute says. And that's what it is. So we can tell a person, they can tell us how long we're going to work. What do we guess our final average salary is? We know the multiplier, and we can tell them, if you retire now, this will be what you will get every month for the rest of your life. And that's it. And of course, so the longer a member lives in retirement, which is a good thing, but of course, then these days, of course, the total effect on inflation impacts that and starts to eat away in terms of purchasing power. So some plans have a cost of living adjustment where they design it in, so the employer is making contributions while the person is working to fund that cost of living adjustment once they retire, to help address the impact of inflation over the person's rest of their life in retirement. Slide 28 just talks about a couple different kinds of the automatic adjustment types. Those are usually on a predetermined schedule, require no additional action by the plan sponsor. Sometimes they're tied, to an index, the consumer price index, investment returns, some things like that. It's more mechanical, mathematical, and whatever that is, and those monthly retirement adjustments are indexed upward, and Social Security would be a good example of that. Then you get to ad hoc adjustments, which happens in Kansas. There, the plan sponsor, the legislature, has to take specific action if they want to, provide for an adjustment, and so it only can be granted though through that legislative actions. Through one of the associations we belong to, of 100 public sector plans, state, municipal, 72 of those plans included some type of automatic COLA, and then there were 28 plans like Kansas, which utilize the ad hoc COLA. On slide 29 is just the history of cost of living adjustments in Kansas. There's been three sort of minor exceptions. Originally, Keepers 2, that group that I talked about. Originally, there was included an automatic 2% COLA there when it was created in 2007, but it was removed in 2012. And there were 5 members that were receiving a COLA, and of course will continue to receive one under the laws when they retired. Capers 3 has a self-funded COLA of either 1 or 2%, so the member can elect that. It's an actuarial reduction, benefits reduced, and they can then receive cost of living adjustment, either 1 or 2%. And then it's an actuarial calculation, and the adjustment is made. There's currently 5 of those Capers 3 members. And then there was a 13th check benefit was paid to members between 1980 and 1987. It was closed to new participants. Then at that, and of those groups that were receiving the 13th check, there's 747 of those that were receiving it, and of course are still receiving that 13th check benefit. So anyway, just on slide 30 is just some history of COLAs in Kansas through Capers. There's been 16 permanent adjustments, most recently in 1998. And so that means, it's a 2% increase, that their base retirement benefit went up 2%. And it continued on. There were 5 one-time benefit increases, most recently in 2008, and it's through the years, may have been, a $300 or whatever it was. But that was in 2008, but it only applied to members who had been retired at least 10 years. So anybody that's retired after 1998 would not have gotten a cost of living adjustment. So based on our last valuation, of those 100,000 plus members, there are a little over 11,000 that have met the criteria to receive at least one cost of living adjustment since they retired, which is about 10% of the population of retirees and their beneficiaries. The remaining 90% of retirees and beneficiaries have not received a cost of living adjustments. Lots of ways to design it. They can be, again, the more expensive on slide 31 is just that automatic COLA. Less expensive design is that ad hoc one-time COLA. And of course, there were several bills on slide 32 and 33 are just a couple of bills from last session. One was an ad hoc adjustment between 1% and 5%, depending on the years since retirement. And there were some other provisions in it, but that was had a cost of about $317 million for the state school group, which the state had paid about $230 million. Those can be amortized over 15 years, so it'd be about $30 million a year to pay for that, cause the employer contribution to go up 0.41%. Slide 33, then the last one. Again, if you want that automatic, kind of like Social Security index, the bills that were introduced last year were indexed, consumer price indexed. And again, since it's automatic indexing going forward, and since it hasn't been pre-funded, the total actuarial liability was about $4.9 billion for that. For the state school group, it'd be about $3.3 million. And of course, it could be amortized. You could probably go up to 20 years by sort of actuarial standards. And so it'd be around $260 million a year based on the current payroll. So, Mr. Chairman, tried to get through that. And so Capers retirement plans in other states, and cost of living adjustments. And hopefully the information's been helpful.
Well, thank you, Director, for being here and doing it in a concise manner. You actually went through that in half an hour. I have a question. Since 1961, who was the original group in Capers? Just state employees?
It started out state, and then the league decided to join the Association of Counties through their work, and so school districts. So, but the state was the original sort of group that started, began with capers then.
And what can you kind of discuss what has contributed to the unfunded actuarial liability?
Yes, I got a good chart. I mean, well, the largest single factor would be the years that probably for budgetary reasons that the state had decided to contribute less than that actuarially required amount. So every year, our actuary says, state, on behalf of state employees and all school districts, you should contribute at this amount. And for policy decisions, the decision was ultimately, well, we're going to contribute down here. That difference doesn't go away. It just rolls to that unfunded liability. We charge interest on that unfunded liability. It's the responsibility of the plan sponsors, in this case, the state. But that's the largest single component of that unfunded actual liability. And then also, of course, there have been plan changes. There have been some investment, gains and losses through the years, actuarial experience, mortality, how long are people working? Are salaries higher or lower than anticipated? So all of those kinds of things factor into it. But the biggest single one is employer contributions being less than anticipated or actuarially anticipated.
All right, thank you. My next question is, and I believe you said this, but I just wanted to have this for clarification. Did you say that Capers 1 and Capers 2 were in the original, or it was just Capers 1?
Just Capers 1.
Just Capers 1. So can you elaborate on the rationale for Capers 1, Capers 2, and Capers 3?
Right. Capers 1 was that original group, but going back to 61. Of course, has been enhanced through the years as part of pension reform in the early 2000s. Then that's when Capers 2 was created. That 85-point plan dropped out. There was an adjustment, some other adjustments, but I think the assumption was that in terms of an actuarial cost over time, Capers 2 would be less than Capers 1, in large part because of that 85-point plan provision in Capers 1, but not Capers 2.
All right, thank you. Representative Depperding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a curiosity here, going back to page 10 for Capers 1, and I'm just going to pick on the 20-year Capers 1s in your little chart there.
Sure.
Shows an average salary, $40,000, 20-year, and your benefits roughly $14,000 per year. You go on to the next page 11, and you've got 20 years, final average salary $40,000, and it's roughly $14,800 per year. But when you go to page 12 for page 13 for Capers 3, we've now skewed some numbers. Salary $60,000 for an average benefit of $12,000 per year. So you've increased the salary by 50% to get a number that is actually below. So what are we really doing to the people out here?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Great question. And part of it is, since Capers 3 is such a new group, and you're going to look forward, since it's really people that have only been there since 2015. And so now you're going to figure that they work either 20 or 30 years in Capers 3. There's some actuarial assumptions about what's the average annual salary increase. And it's not only just cost of living increase, but it's also salary progression up by an individual. Maybe they start out as an auditor 1, and they move to an auditor 2, and then the auditor 3, and then maybe they're a supervising auditor. So that progression up over their working career, their final average salary goes up. So I think those numbers, 40, we could use 40 and we can calculate that. But I think if you look out for a Capers 3 member now, 20 years from now, the average salary will not be $40,000 just because of inflation in terms of compensation.
So if I hired in 2014, I'd have a considerably higher number under that same explanation then, correct? In other words, if I hired in 14, I'd be under Capers 2. So
yes,
I'm making the same exact career progression, it should be substantially more. And I'm wondering, does the body need to maybe look at the difference in these numbers? Why would 1 year make that big of a difference?
Again, these are just average. These are just snapshots. We could do lots of different projections or assumptions, but between those, and certainly be glad to do whatever assumptions you want. I think we were trying to get some basis of comparison between 1 and 2, same final average salary, same years of service. Multipliers a little different between 1 and 2. 2 has the 1.85. So, but I'd certainly be glad to help any way we can.
Yeah, I won't ask more questions. Could I ask for just a follow-up?
Sure.
Could we see these same numbers on Capers 3 based on the same number you gave on Capers 1 and 2? In other words, a $40,000 average.
Absolutely.
So that we can really figure out what's the difference between these things.
Sure.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Glad to do it.
Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, thank you for your presentation. We always hear about unfunded liabilities. What's that actual number today?
Right. For state school, it's based on the latest valuation, $6.9 billion with a B. For the total system, so that'd be state, local, police and fire judges, it's $9.8 billion with a B.
Okay, and you used to have like a yellow and green chart. We're back in the yellow then?
You're right. You're talking about funded ratio, assets to liabilities. If you're below 60% in this funded ratio, then you're in the red. Red lights are flashing. Somebody better do something. If you're between 60 and 80, then you're in the yellow. You just better kind of watch what's going on and monitor things. And of course, at some point, what's going on in the investment world will certainly factor into that. And you really want to be over 80% on your way to 100. So we're still in yellow. We're currently for state school, we're right at 71%. And for the total system, we're right around that, about 72%. And so, but just on that though, to be straightforward here, of course, this last valuation, the stock market was going through the roof, so that's a good thing. Helped in the valuation, but you may remember there was some discussion. The Board of Trustees on that assumed rate of return made a reduction from 7.75 down to 7%, and that becomes important because as you do these projections going out, what do you assume will be that assumed rate of return on the trust fund over the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? And that difference between 7% and 7.75 certainly was a factor in lowering. We went from state school was about 77% before the last valuation, and it went down to about 71%.
So in that scenario, when you talk about has the market itself done more damage to that or what you was just describing?
I would say if the valuation is a snapshot done on the last day of the calendar year, but if it was done today, yes, that funded ratio would not be that high. Now, to offset it, the legislature, you all decided in terms of paying down some of that debt, that unfunded actuarial liability, there was $1.1 billion, also with a B, that is coming to Capers. It was divided over 4 payments. There's one payment left, I think $125 million, that comes December 1st, I think it is, that will come to Capers and be the final payment on that $1.1 billion. So that's to the good. And of course, if you have the strength to watch the market these days, the volatility, October was a great month. Some of the months have not been so great. And so we'll see where we end up at the end of December. But I think where we stand right now, it will probably, the return will probably be negative for calendar year 2022. So it won't be 7.75, won't be 7%. It's probably going to be negative something to some degree. But if I always can add, Capers as a trust fund, institutional investor, 30 to 50 year time horizon. As you look back, 2008, 2000, there's those ups and downs. And so we're not day traders. We don't, focus on just one days of ups and downs and lots of volatility. We're looking, out 30 years, and we certainly believe in terms of our investment mix that we're positioned to ride through the lows as well as the upside.
Senator Bellinger, do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, thank you again for your presentation. Always enjoy going over capers with you. And we start talking about these COLAs. It's like you just mentioned, the stock market's down today, and you're going to be probably negative for this year. We're not going to short anybody what we've been paying them all along. They're going to continue to get that same check, even though the market is down. And I think we focused on making sure that we had funds in the capers so that we could continue to pay them exactly what they're supposed to get. And anytime we start taking, I think you mentioned $300 million for a cost of a COLA, that's just that much less that we have. And that's, you mentioned earlier, that's the problem with our whole system now, is that we didn't make the required contributions when we were supposed to. And all we're doing is going down that same road. Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This happened some time ago, but can you comment on any of the effect of changing the retirement dates for teachers and what effect that had on the CAPER system?
You're thinking of the working after retirement?
Well, people are working after retirement. There's problems with the IRS, and if they try to work off after retirement. But I also think a reduction was made in the age you could be to start taking CAPER's retirement. Am I remembering that correctly?
Well, part of it might have been that it may be that CAPER's won that 85-point plan. So a person who maybe got out of school, went right to work, maybe age 55, they would have their 85 points and they'd be eligible for full retirement. When CAPER's 2, and then same provisions in CAPER's 3, again, that 85-point plan, fell away for those members. And of course, then they've got to have the 66. If I got to get back to my right page. Sorry, I should have that memorized. But age 60 with 30 years, or age 65 in 5 years, and it's not a true 90-point plan, because you still have to be age 60 before and you have to have 30 years. But that upped. When that change was made, and again, it's still in place for CAPER's 3. So for normal retirement, there's always some early retirement provisions, but there's actuarial reductions. So now it went from that, 85-point plan was certainly, there were a fair number that could go out at 55 or 56 full benefits. And now when that change is made, they have to at least be 60 or maybe even older to get to either the 30 years or age 65 with 5 years. So it slowed that window down, I guess, or closed it some.
Thank you. That helped me understand that I knew that there was a significant concern at one point with the school numbers, and it may have been people reaching their 85 points.
Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Conroy, for being here. I feel like I learned a lot about the different types, which I'm going to just take this next time retirees come ask me questions about their plans. Looking at slide 30, I was kind of struck by the number about the history of cost of living adjustments, that only about 10% of our members that are retirees have received a COLA ever. So that means about 90% have never done that, which is over 100,000 retirees. So while I appreciate the comments of one of the senators, I do think that as other select and special committees are looking at considerations for, given the budget surplus that we have, And given the ability for us to, the conversation around the cost of everything right now, cost of inflation on individuals, I hope that when we do get to recommendations, we've got other committees that are looking at ways to maybe speed up food sales tax or other things. I feel like as we're looking at adjusting to the cost of inflation, if we can do anything from this committee's perspective, I think that as we look at recommendations, a conversation about something one time that we could look at, I think is worth entertaining. So I look forward to that conversation as we make recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions or comments for the executive director? Representative Delbert.
Thank you, Chair. This is time number 2, and I don't like doing that. This is going to be partial question to you, and then I see we've got Department of Corrections in here, so maybe follow up when he's speaking. But we have looked in the past about possibly moving corrections officers over to F&P. I don't believe that ever has gone through. The question I've always had in this, and I think I even maybe carried it at one time. Pardon? Oh. Okay. I think I may even have carried it one time, but with the more to the corrections, there's kind of a continual turnover in corrections officers. And if we went to F&P, I believe it's a 15-year vesting period. So would it be beneficial to them or would it not? I understand it pays out more. So just comments from you, and then I'd love to have you follow up whenever you're speaking. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, you've captured it correctly. For Cape Police and Fire, it's a 15-year vesting period. So that means they have to serve 15 years before they're eligible to retire, and there's age requirements as well. But they have to have that 15 years of service. You know, if they only work 10 years, they don't get and leave. They don't get a retirement benefit. We'll give them back their contributions plus interest, but they're not going to get a lifetime benefit. So it's that 15-year vesting, but they do have, Police and Fire does have earlier normal retirement, and it fluctuates, but it can be as young as age 50 with 25 years of service, age 55 with 20, and age 60 with 15 years of service. So earlier normal retirement, but you're right, and the benefits certainly, that multiplier 2.5 versus the 1.85, certainly, you know, a significant difference. But that vesting, that 15 years, certainly is a factor.
All right, thank you, Executive Director, for being here today and giving us an overview on capers. We do need to move on because we are running about a half hour behind. So I want to thank you again for being here. All right, next we're going to have a presentation on public safety compensation. And so first we're going to have Dylan Deere, Managing Fiscal Analyst with Kansas Legislative Research Department. Dylan.
There we go. And we sort of talked to this morning about sort of the limitations on classified employees, you know, how, you know, when they can get salary adjustments, what you know, and the stuff like that. The next 4 agencies you're going to hear from, Department of Corrections has a sort of different situation with the 24/7 pay plan that's causing some adjustments. And for the Kansas Highway Patrol, the KBI in particular, they have career progression plans. Those career progression plans are contractual arrangements that allow some like salary adjustments to occur automatically. And so this is just going to give you a different insight into how state employee and state service is sort of working. And so we want to make these people available for you as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dylan. I don't know if anybody has any questions for you, but I don't see any. So we'll go ahead and move on to the Kansas Department of Corrections. And I believe we have Randall Bowman, Executive Director of Public Affairs. Randall.
Bear with me just a moment, Mr. Chair. Waiting on the technology here real quick. And taking the microphone apart. Up on my screen. Thank you for the help there. Again, my name is Randy Bowman, Executive Director of Public Affairs for Kansas Department of Corrections. Thank you for the opportunity to come speak with you today on behalf of the department and our workforce, and kind of building off what Dylan shared with you. So I'll summarize a little bit where we're at today, and I'm focused really on the pay plan and compensation and our vacancy rates at this point. And then I'll get to Representative Delperdang. If I forget, please prompt me, but I'll try to get to your question there at the end as well, sir. So for members of the committee and the audience, I want to start just by framing the issue nationally, at least through the lens of corrections. So what you have on this slide are a few headlines from basically the fall and summer around the country, give you a little sense of the challenges our peer organizations all across the country are saying when you see 36, 44, et cetera, percentage vacancies. We're at 21 right now here in the state of Kansas, but it's impacting everyone. And we fully recognize and expect we are but one employment industry, and this challenge is everywhere across every industry in the United States right now, whether it's schools, whether it's corrections, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's construction or whatever. It's just, where's the workforce is the question a lot of people ask, and I don't know if anybody has the answer. So a little background there. But looking at employee compensation is what most states and even localities have been doing. The next slide, here's a couple examples just from our neighbors. A couple things I want to specifically call to the committee's attention for consideration here being the use of bonuses. We're seeing that more and more in commercials for any number of employers, billboard signs. We're seeing it in corrections pretty extensively as well, but it's a tool Kansas does not have in its toolbox currently. There is a statute that's out there that talks about meritorious bonuses for state employees that can be done, but there's not the ability under that law to pay like a new hire bonus or a retention bonus, or like Nebraska has done. They've been very creative with some of their bonus programs. And they're pretty large, as you can see on the slide. So that's a tool. I just wanted to leave the committee for thought as to maybe that's something the Kansas legislature might want to consider this year. Then some are getting very creative. Nebraska is an interesting example because, of course, they're a border. We have one facility at Norton that's just a few miles across the line. It's not difficult for employee or persons living in the northern tiers of counties to go to Nebraska to work in their prison system. Vice versa, but we're at about 1826 to start, and they're at 28. Not much incentive if you happen to live in one of those communities to work for the Department of Corrections instead of the Nebraska Department of Corrections. And then about a year ago now, I think it was October of a year ago, the governor and the director of the State Department of Corrections came out publicly. There's some press out there on this if you look for it. And they just made the commitment. They're going to be one of the best, their language, they're the third best paying correctional system in the United States in Nebraska. And as the slide says there, from all that they have done, they've reduced their vacancies from 427 as of October this year to 119. And interestingly, they're bringing folks in from other states to relocate to the state of Nebraska because they can get a good paying job. Probably like Kansas, the cost of living is pretty reasonable. So they're not competing as much internally for who's got the bodies. Is it going to be us or somebody else within Kansas? But they're attracting new families to come live, individuals and families to come live in their state. It's kind of interesting and unique about what's going on in the field of corrections. I think everybody probably recalls this from last year, but I've got 2 or 3 slides here just to re-baseline us and building off what Dylan said. So the pay plan, and thank you for your leadership and your investment in that plan last year. I've got a slide here in a minute to show you how it's making a difference. But this is our compensation, if you will, today, primarily focused on corrections officers, corrections counselors, our parole staff. Has the base pay adjustments from a year ago, and then the next slide shows the differentials that are in effect at least through this year. That'll have to be a decision by the governor and yourselves as to what might happen in 2024. And from that plan, we still have other gaps. It does not focus upon all of our workforce. So the rest of our workforce is under the traditional pay plan and structure that I think you may have heard from the Department of Administration about earlier this morning, where they're not getting these pay differentials. And that's creating some challenges in our workforce for those who are not part of that. Got a little happy with the button here. Sorry about that. So here's the appropriations you made last year and this year to support that pay plan. Again, thank you for that. Here's the real meat of what I hope to be able to share with you all today. The slide you see here runs from July of 2021. It's weekly data, then through November 14th of this year. So the blue bars on that graph are the total number of vacancies among our adult corrections officer. Our biggest group of employees, our biggest gap, but only one job type of dozens that we have in the department, if not maybe approaching several dozen. The gold line, so is the actual trend from January or July of 21 up through January of 22. So roughly 6 months. That first gold box there indicates that's when the pay plan basically, the 24/7 pay plan basically took full effect. It was kind of incremental, as you may recall, that there was some action by the governor and the legislature back in November and December of last year, but the full effect was realized by about mid-January. So the blue bar starts tailing down. The dotted line continues out though. Had we not had that pay plan and we'd continued at that same attrition rate of that 6 month period, we could have seen by now as many as 800 vacancies. Thank you. We're not there. We are still struggling tremendously with the 370-ish vacancies we have right now, but at least we haven't doubled it. What also is important here that I want to bring to your attention, so you watch the blue bars, they've come down a little, but not dramatically. So kind of telling us and what we're hearing from our workforce, the pay plan with the differentials is helping them stay. It's pretty good money for particularly a younger person just out of high school or in their early 20s, maybe doesn't have a family, a little bit more flexibility in lifestyle than all of us know we get to when we have families and children to raise. It's good money, better than you can get in some places. But because enough people aren't adopting to come work for us, they're still working tremendous amount of overtimes. El Dorado Correctional Facility, Lansing Correctional Facility are still on 12-hour shifts, have been since July of 2021. And then our workforce often will work a lot of overtime. That 12-hour shift can become a 16 pretty easy. Our other facilities where they're still on 8s, we still have tremendous challenges overtime. Our employees can work into the 50s, 60s, 70s. I've seen even some 80s hours a week in what is a physically and mentally taxing environment and job to do. So part of why this is probably occurring, we're bringing people in a little bit, but we're exhausting folks too. So we're not really net gaining the ground we need to get down to say below 100 vacancies. So we're looking to you and the governor to consider those things and work with us in the months ahead as we get into the session. This slide is just point in time to that most recent date, just give you a sense by facility. Again, I mentioned this earlier, we're at 21% vacancy in our adult facilities. We have 4 adult facilities that are still over the 25%. So the staff get that differential number 4. And then KJ is staying at about 38% vacancy at our youth facility here in North Topeka. And our parole, we had a lot of discussions the last session. They are still paid less than the court service officers after all the pay plans last year for working with at least the similar population of people on criminal justice and juvenile justice supervision in the community. And then working with the people who are the deepest end of the system that have been clear through the system, been to a correctional facility or prison and are back out. So some would suggest maybe they're working with the toughest clients, but they're paid the least when compared to court services and community corrections. So something just to keep on the radar. Then let's spend a moment on the rest of our workforce. As I said on an earlier slide, corrections officer, that's what we talk about a lot. We have lots of those people, but we have accountants, we have human resources, we have folks who do programs. And by programs, I mean programs for juveniles or children, juveniles and adults in the community, juveniles and adults in facilities. IT, legal, maintenance, all of these job classifications, again, dozens of them ultimately. And to a position, we can't hire at the rates that are being paid right now. A current example is an attorney. We've had an attorney position posted for months. We can't even get applicants. I think we advertised at about 65,000. Know any attorneys want to work for that rate? Please send them our way if you do. So my point here is just please look comprehensively, and whatever recommendations you do, whatever budget decisions you'll make as the next few months pass by, at the whole workforce. Yes, you'll hear from us about corrections officers repeatedly because that's such a need, but we should not, any of us, lose focus on the other staff as well that have not had the same benefits of pay increases in recent years and are truly behind what's out there in the economy. That means we don't keep some of our better people and we can't attract some of the better candidates out there. To that point, a couple of you have seen this slide in another presentation. There's a lot of ways you can look at it, but this is some data off the Department of Labor's site that basically the map shows the number of people drawing an unemployment benefit in a given week. This week was November 6th through 12. So just a quick illustration, Ellsworth, where we have one of our correctional facilities, we had 52 total vacancies that week. In that county, there are 2 individuals claiming unemployment. So there's not people there, at least, that we can draw in to work for. What's this telling us as an organization is increasingly, we can't just be okay on our wages or our retirement that Alan talked about, or our health insurance, but that whole total compensation package really needs to be very attractive in the market to bring people into this work. You may hear from my peers in law enforcement, but I suspect theirs is similar to ours, that when you're expecting employees to work 24/7, give up their weekends, give up their holidays, we're not the most flexible employer because of that 24/7 nature. If your shift starts at 2 o'clock today, we need you there at 2 o'clock today. We're obviously not a work from home environment. Some of the younger population is less interested in participating in incarceration practices in the United States. We're just against a few systemic issues that make it to where we really can do one thing is really compensate well to incentivize people to want to work in this field. But we're not there currently. Back to that earlier slide, Nebraska is doing as good a job as I've been able to find. To that, here's just a quick slide of some of the things we've been doing to try to recruit. We're not just asking you all to pay for more money. We don't know that would be unfair for us to make just that ask. So several examples of things we're trying to do to just get on the radar of job seekers, let them know who we are, what our work is about, and what we can offer. Without this, would we maybe be in worse shape? I think we probably would, but still a huge challenge. So to that, I'll pivot. Whoops, he got up and left on me. What would you like me to do, Mr. Chairman?
If you want to answer his question, we'll give him the answer, but
fair enough, sir. So to his question about the impact of KP&F, which I think there's been a bill or discussion on this maybe every year, the last 4, 5, 6, somewhere in that range. Many of you have been around quite a while and know that. What we have heard from our workforce consistently, even though they would have to pay 7.15 in instead of the 6, and even though they would have to wait for that longer 15-year vesting period, the increased benefit when you get to retirement is sought after and viewed as valuable by much of our workforce. So if there were a bill again this year, you would likely see us join with the workforce and say, yes, please move them to KP&F. With that, I will stand for any questions now or later, whatever meets your need, Mr. Chairman.
we'll just go ahead and go through questions right now.
Okay.
The first question I have, obviously, we kind of talked about this, and as far as recruiting, and it's an issue everywhere. I mean, I was kind of startled out of Texas's juvenile center that had a 70% turnover last year, and then the children were confined to the cells for 23 hours a day.
Sir.
Which I really don't think that is productive. But the one question I have is in regards to overtime. How much was spent in fiscal year 2022 in overtime?
We can get you that number, but neither of us brought it with us today.
Well, I'm just kind of wondering what that dollar figure was.
Sure.
And if we could have fixed what was spent on overtime in fiscal year 2022 and then kind of calculate that with an hourly rate. And hopefully that would be able to eliminate, not all of it, but some of the overtime cost. But we'd also be having an increased rate. So I'm offsetting what was spent in overtime and then seeing where that would be as far as a wage.
We can get you that figure. Yes, sir.
And the next question I have is, obviously, You talked about some of the challenges that the Norton Correctional Facility has, right, being right next to Nebraska, because my in-laws live in Norton.
Oh,
And actually, my father-in-law worked at the Norton Correctional Facility and retired from there. And he has always said it was a great place to work. So I'm wondering, all of our correctional facilities have their own special cases or nuances with them. Obviously, Norton is going to be close to Nebraska. Nebraska is offering $28 an hour. El Dorado is going to have a different work environment, which we have seen in the last few years. Larned is partnered on the same campus with the Larned State Hospital. So that's a different facility in itself as well. Instead of doing, and I know you weren't here earlier, Randy, but when we were talking about blanket pay increases, would it be better for us to look at the individual facilities and the markets around them in trying to assess a rate for that particular facility, as opposed to let's just do a blanket pay increase?
The way you frame that, very accurate, very true. They're each in their own communities with their own dynamics. So I think, having not given that a whole lot of thought, it would merit consideration of, making it by region, if you will. I might imagine for the department administration, when you do that across a lot of agencies, they might think that's very cumbersome to manage. But I think we would be open to it if it moves the needle, and it's Lansing, because you're close to a lot of good paying jobs in Kansas City, was different than say Norton or Ellsworth or El Dorado. We're open to those ideas.
Yeah. Thank you. Representative Sutton.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, for stepping all over most of my questions. But you phrased them very well, so I can't really complain about that. Glad you're here, Director. I didn't notice if you were here this morning.
I was not. Joint Corrections is meeting this week, so I've been there.
Gotcha. Okay. One of the things that we went over was a market survey of positions as they are reflected in other states and in the private industry. And most of our corrections are looking pretty good by comparison. The only one that really didn't seem like it had a lot of comparison, and that was a corrections counselor, I think. But yeah, corrections counselor 2 was the one that was suffering. But our corrections officers, correction officer 2, these were all in really good shape by comparison, which makes me think that the problem, as the chairman referenced, isn't exactly money. And when you brought up the stat of 2 people are on unemployment, but we're 50 short, that's not an issue of money. That's an issue of not being where there's a workforce. Mm-hmm. So we can appropriate. That's what we do. I get that. But that doesn't look like that's what's going to solve the problem to me. It looks like there's a lot more to it. And it could be and case by case basis. Or is there something more general, more broad that we can bring into this discussion that fills in some of these gaps?
Yeah. I think I just start with, yeah, you're right. This is very complex and there's a lot of pieces to it. Not knowing how D of A put this together, but having seen some of these historically in my career, they tend to be a little bit based on on data that's come in that's got a little lag to it. So it might be comparing us to Missouri and Oklahoma. And again, I don't know the particulars of that. And those states may have, just through their executive action or legislature, just increased the pay. Now, so did this include a year ago change in Nebraska to 28? I don't know, but I would imagine it's possible it may not. But yeah, it's more than just pay. It's pay, it's benefits, whether that's retirement benefits that create an incentive to come and work for the state of Kansas and stay a long time and be a great public servant. It's health insurance that's at least makes the cost more manageable. It's the environment we have as an employer. And that's one of I think our big challenges right now when we've got our workforce churning through so much overtime. It's not a good place to work for some people because it just doesn't leave any time in your life. So that's kind of one example of why I made the comment that I think to get over some of those humps, we've got to become one of the most attractive pay and employers out there. And then maybe in time, we're over that hump and we stay over that hump if we stay ahead of the curve. But at the end of the day, are there the people out there who want to work in our industry is a very fair question. And it's an open, I don't think anybody can answer that. You're right, sir.
I can continue just a little, one more. You brought up overtime again as one of the major drivers there. And that's why I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have those numbers right now. But I am very interested in seeing how much was spent on overtime that could have gone toward, oh, I don't know, somebody who's not putting in 80 hours a week.
Mr. Bradshaw, our finance man's here. He'll get us those numbers.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A quick comment. I, along with I know a lot of other legislators, have had opportunities to tour the facilities, and some of the members from Senate Ways and Means went recently. So I'd also like to add to the other challenges just the state of the facilities to that. And also in hopes of attracting some of our younger people in the community. I thought some of what they're doing in corrections in terms of having jobs and manufacturing on site makes it a very different job that we saw people working to put together seats for lawnmowers. And so working with those, I guess they call them residents, is a very different thing from just walking by people that are in a jail cell. So thank you.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back a little bit to what Representative Sutton was asking. So the numbers for the overtime, do we know, the average number of hours correctional officers are working and how much they're making in overtime and how much that is over the regular budget? All of those things, it does seem, at some point, well, you're precluded from raising their salary, but you are able to give them overtime. I'm saying their hourly rate is set outside of your purview. And so the way people make more money is through overtime pay. But, how does that mesh together with what if we did raise it, but people didn't have to do overtime? I'm sure y'all have looked at all of that. So could you pass that information on to us?
Yes, of course. I'm looking at a presentation we have tomorrow, just see if I had any more stats. I don't have an overtime hour stat with me, but I can share this one that through 9 pay periods, basically through the 1st of November, comparing 23 current year to 22 fiscal year, we're 19% higher on our overtime. So we're working more and more overtime again this year, but we'll get you some exact figures.
And is overtime time and a half?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like we should, yeah, thank you.
Yes, we'll get you some additional information. Thank you.
Any further questions? Yes.
Thank you. Just to follow up to the previous rep, but there was a time, and I'm curious if it still is, but are you still on mandatory overtime? Because there was a point in time you were. So even if we raise rates, is it still, you're going to work, 60, 70 hours a week?
We do everything we can to work with our employees and use what we call voluntary overtime list first. But will there be shifts or days where it's a mandatory holdover? Yes, that will happen.
Has anybody studied the numbers statistically to say if we hit X, we're going to bring in a bunch more employees where we can reduce the overtime? So is there an equalization here somewhere?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
A little bit of more advanced statistics than we have the resources to do in the department, perhaps.
Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Randy, I was wondering on the, when you was talking about Nebraska and them paying $28 an hour and up to $15,000 in bonuses, does that put any pressure on the local businesses? There's only so many people, You know, does that become an issue and that kind of thing? Or was they out in the middle of nowhere to where it was drawing people into there where it didn't affect local business?
Well, I'm sure it does because there's a limited number of people, and that's part of why I think the Nebraska example is unique and interesting. Is they're bringing people in from other states to at least lessen that competition for limited workforce members in a given community.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, as you look at COVID and the court cases that was backlogged, you know, when we left, they talked about that. How's our prison population versus what we can handle, and what do we see coming up in the next couple of years?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. So in the policy committees, one of the things we began talking about this fall and we'll continue next session is this concept of what is our available bed capacity, which is what Kansas and every state typically has used historically. That's just how many physical beds does the state of Kansas operate or have, and then our staffed capacity. So we have 10,300 and change in physical beds that exist. We've got about 8,600 that we can staff, even with overtime. We've pulled the rest of those units offline. Right now, we're seeing just a very small trickle back up in our population of the facility. We're still below 8,500 on a given day, in the 8,450 to 8,500 range. The projections by the Kansas Sentencing Commission that came out in September, showed that number is going to begin to creep back up the next 10 years. It's not projected at this time to ever reach the levels it was pre-pandemic. But yeah, we're going to have that challenge too of workforce is already exhausted, population starting to creep up a little. We'll need to bring online those beds, but who can staff them?
All right, not seeing any further questions. We're going to go ahead and move on. But Randy,
Thank you all.
I do want to point out earlier today we received this market rate. You got your copy? Okay.
Yeah.
And right now, if you look at corrections officer 1 and 2, market wise, we are there. We're 8% over on officer 2 and 4% on officer 1, which I think goes back to the point that I made before. Maybe it's going to be the market around that particular correctional facility and not just a blanket pay increase that we need to address. Like, for example, when Representative Sutton, who is not here right now, was talking about Ellsworth, maybe it's not a pay increase, maybe it's a sign-on bonus that would attract people to work at the Ellsworth Correctional Facility. Norton, it's going to be right next to Nebraska, where there's a correctional facility very close. Maybe it is matching Nebraska at $28 an hour. I mean, I think each one is going to be different. And I think as a legislature and as a state government, we need to stop thinking about a just flat across pay increase. Because we've talked about that this morning and how it's probably not been as beneficial as many would think it would be.
Very good. We'll look at it. Happy to work with you guys in session.
All right. Thank you, Randy. Okay, we're going to move on to the Kansas Highway Patrol. And so we have Major Andy Dean, the Executive Commander of Administrative Services, and Captain Mitch Clark, Public and Governmental Affairs, and Sherry Mack, Chief Fiscal Officer. Welcome to committee. Ready. Are you?
Yes, sir. I'm ready. I'm Captain Mitch Clark, Public and Government Affairs. Just going to cover basically the impact of our career progression plan, aspects of our staffing, and national trends regarding staffing challenges in the agencies in other states. So just a history of our competitive compensation plan. This was introduced into legislation. Basically, from registration fees, $2 would go to this plan. And in 2016, this became law. This was designed to address our staffing shortages. In 2006, we had a number of 501 uniformed members. In 2015, that had been reduced to 410. Our number of retirements was 20 to 30, with a hiring rate at an all-time low, going back to just a lower quality of applicant pools. This was also to address our pay. We were not competitive with other departments in Kansas or surrounding states. Our applicants were going elsewhere. They were not being considering the highway patrol just due to the pay. So our goal was to better increase the number of new hires and to utilize our DROP program. That's a deferred retirement option plan, to keep those members to stay on longer to combat those leaving. So what the plan did begin to do, it did begin to change in 2016. We were getting an increase in applicants. Our recent pay increase did have an effect. If you're following on the slides on page 3 is where I'm at. Our pay at that time was $18.70 for a trooper trainee. The trooper for 0 to 3 years of experience was $21.13. Just this year, we had an increase, and thank you to all those who supported the governor's office as well. We were able to increase trooper trainee to $25.05, and the trooper to the same years, 0 to 3 years, $27.61. Moving to the next slide. So our current staffing, we were at now, we have currently 464 uniformed members. That's considering LEOs as well in that. You'll see motor carrier inspectors and full-time law enforcement officers for our uniform members around the Capitol. So we currently have 421 uniformed troopers, 29 full-time law enforcement officers, and 14 motor carrier inspectors. So our civilian staff with Highway Patrol, we're currently setting at 273 for a combined total of 737. You'll switch to the next page. You're going to see what we have gone through from 2019 to currently 2022 on our numbers, and see that obviously we have reduced, not by choice, but we have lost members due to retirements. We're not attracting applicants still. You've heard from Director Bowen. We're just our hiring pool is reduced. We're all fishing from the same pond, and there's not the quality of applicants that there used to be. So since 2019, we are down 83 sworn members and down 10 civilian members. One of the areas that's critical in our agency is our dispatch, our communication specialist. Currently, we have 43 dispatchers. 65 would be fully staffed, so that's a shortage of 22. It takes just a little bit of flu, a little bit of sickness to reduce that workforce, and we are in the same boat as what we've heard Director Bowman talk about. We're having people work extended shifts, working days off, so that creates a problem as well. That overworking a reduced work, short staffed. Moving on to the next slide on the recruitment and retention efforts. So in 2022, we had three classes. The class 61 that you see, that was actually a December class. We had 4 graduated in a class. The class 62 graduated 7. Class 63 was our first prior certified law enforcement officer class. We had 3 certified law enforcement officers go through that program and graduate. We have a graduation just in 2 weeks, and there was 5 going to be graduating at that time. So you're seeing we are not graduating. We're not putting out enough uniform members to still combat against those that we are losing in retirement. Our January class, it's preparing to start. We'll have 13 that have been offered conditional officers, and hopefully those all will show up. Next slide on our challenges with recruitment and retention. Same problems that we are all talking about here. We're not getting the right applicants. We're not getting people that are attracted to come to the Highway Patrol like it used to be. Back when I applied 19 years ago, we were looking at numbers of 1,000 to 1,500 applicants. That's just not the case anymore. We had 182 apply for this current process that we went through to get to 13. We could definitely need a lot more to choose from. Nationally, same problem. Other state patrols, law enforcement agencies are experiencing the same issues. Our colonels and commanders talk to these agencies. Iowa State Patrol, they're down nearly 100 troopers. Same thing, small recruit class. Midwest State Patrol agencies, they're offering a $5,000 sign-on bonus, a $7,500 relocation fee, just to attract the right applicants. Nebraska and Missouri, they are also looking at adopting similar. Ohio State Patrol, same issues, low staffing. They're having troopers transfer to other larger agencies for higher pay and benefits. They are down nearly 600 positions. This is what we are hearing from, again, across the board, across other states, other agencies. Our challenges in recruitment and retention. You see, it's no secret our economy is having an effect. COVID. For our civilians, we have people that still want to remain at home. That's not just doesn't work for the Highway Patrol. Same workforce diminishing. We will maintain the higher standard that we want to put in the uniform to serve our community, serve our state. We expect that, and we will not change. We're also, no surprise, people just don't want to come to work in law enforcement just due to the dangers that are out there now. Salary and wages, it's always a problem, as we continue to hear from other members that are speaking here today. We're not able to always stay competitive with our agencies. Soon after we received our pay raise, Sheriff's Department in Kansas immediately jumped above us. It's just what they're able to do. These municipalities and these agencies get to be able to work directly with their members and get those changed quicker than we can. On the recruitment and retention efforts, on the next page, we talk about our CPP and DROP. DROP has been beneficial. We are having our members wanting to stay on longer for the 3 and 5 year plan. We have modified our hiring process, streamlined it. Our online personality-based Wonderlic testing, that's a measure of cognitive abilities and motivational traits. It's a leaner, quicker hiring process, which is good. Command staff has opportunity to review these backgrounds quicker, makes it, again, just streamlines it and gives us the opportunity to extend conditional offers to applicants. And at times they are also in hiring processes with other agencies. And it's kind of one of those first one that's able to give an offer usually gets the applicant. So our plans to address the current challenges. We're going to continue to be motivated, engaged with those members that are wanting to come and apply and try to come to this agency. Again, as I spoke a little bit ago, it used to be 1,000, 1,500 was common to get people to apply. It's us now having to seem like we're having to work to go meet them and talk with them more to bring them and mentor them along. No more is just that we can stand and just wait for them to apply. All of our members are actively recruiters. We look for those and we talk to them. That's a function of your responsibility. You know who would make a great trooper. We're attending as many career fairs as we can. Again, we have reduced numbers, so we need our members out on the road to take care of responsibilities out there. We're attending military bases and institutions, talking to those members who have served their nation and trying to encourage them to come serve their communities. We have career fairs with them. We have times monthly get to meet with those that are preparing to separate from the military. We also do our social media and our publications. We have a cadet law, cadet law academy with high school students. They come and experience the academy and learn about the highway patrol. We have a collegiate law academy, students enrolled in criminal justice programs as well. Again, we go to all of our schools, as many as we can, from high school to all of our universities, community college. We are short-staffed, but we're trying to meet as many as we can. Lastly, one of the processes is our bargaining process within the agency. The Kansas Highway Patrol and the Kansas State Troopers Association, we have a meet and confer labor negotiations process. The patrol recognizes the need to communicate and familiarize concepts to promote advancement of the Kansas Highway Patrol as an organization within the established framework. So the state recognizes the KSDA as the exclusive representative of the covered unit members from trooper to LEO for hourly employees. And that's a meet and confer for every 3 years. That is the information that I've brought today. And if there's any questions, I'll do my best to answer.
All right. Thank you very much. Representative Dupperding.
Thank you, sir. Chairman. Captain, is this the first time you've testified over here?
It is, yes.
You done well. Welcome aboard. You looked a little nervous.
We'll see how this goes.
I do have a series of questions here that I want the body here to hear it from you guys.
Okay.
I'm really concerned about some things. On your page 3, you talked about the experience in you increased applicants and so forth with the implementation in 2016. In 2016, about how many recruits did you have? And I don't expect an exact answer, but about.
We were experiencing a fairly decent number. We were probably looking graduates 15 to 20.
15 to 20. Okay, I'm thinking it was actually a little higher than that.
It could be, and that's going off an estimation. So yeah. I can get that for you.
No, I think it'd be good for the body to see.
Okay.
It was at that graduation. It was
very good.
Substantially higher. Then you go on, I don't know what page it is, but class number 61, you had 4 graduate. 62, you had 7 graduate. Class 63, you had 3 graduate. With those numbers coming in, which are extremely low, right today, how many troopers could walk out with retirement if they wanted to?
I'm one of those.
I know.
I do not have that number.
I think it'd be an interesting one to hear because we're bringing in 4, 7, 3 at a time here. And I'm betting we're sitting on some really big numbers that could disappear from our payroll real quick.
I received a call from a colleague of mine that they turned in their papers just with no notice. I will get that to you.
Next one, if the chair doesn't mind, I'll keep on going here.
That's fine.
Okay. Do you have a copy of this? It was handed out to us earlier. It's kind of the competitive pay scales.
I do not, sir.
You weren't here. I'd asked a question on it specifically. You guys show up on kind of page, I'm going to call it page 2, if you would.
I have that.
And you may not be familiar with what's all on here, but what intrigued me is they showed for comparison, the lowest pay I could find was Highway Patrol Master / Tech Trooper. And it showed an average of $35.76 an hour. The question is, when we get into these recruits, what are they actually making? What's a brand new recruit while they're going through the academy? What are they making?
Right now, that is right now the trooper trainee is $25.05.
So is that really in the competitive market? I mean, you were doing some number comparisons here, but were you really looking at the hiring wages versus somebody that's maybe been through the academy and kicked it up a little bit further? I mean, is that hurting us? That's something we need to be going after.
To increase the
recruitment. What's killing us on the recruitment? That's really my question.
I think it's a combination of many things. Obviously, pay is always going to, if we could pay higher, I think that would be one thing to attract. Again, we're going through a season or a time that law enforcement is not as attractive as it used to be. We are dealing with a lot more violence, aggression out there. Commonly, we get comments from public that I couldn't do your job. You couldn't pay me enough to do your job. They don't pay you enough. These are common things that we hear from the community.
Mm-hmm. So, and just as an ending comment, I appreciate the answers here. I would encourage members here of the legislature to hit you guys up for a ride along. I've been on several. There's no way to explain the amount of, and I'm going to say it, we're probably being recorded, the amount of crap that you guys go through. When you guys pull somebody over, you don't know who you're walking up to the car on, and the way the general public, treat you guys. I look at what you're making per hour and I'm saying, oh my God, I don't know if I could do that with what you go through on a daily basis. And you go on it call after call after call, 5, 6, 7 days a week, depending on your rotation. So I don't know. I'm here to help with whatever I can. I don't know to what extent the legislature helps other than dollars, but we've got to go do something to help with these recruiting numbers before everybody does start retiring and we end up with a really small staff out there.
I appreciate your comments and your encouraging of the members to do a ride along. And I too, I would welcome and encourage you to come out and ride and see. It's not every day. I have heard from members in our metro areas that in the last 2 years, the increase of things that are just being thrown at them from passing motorists, things like that, the behavior, what they're experiencing, it is challenging. It is one of the things that's plaguing law enforcement. That's as to your earlier comment that is affecting us to be able to attract people to want to come and wear this uniform, not just for us, but law enforcement in general.
So with that, I appreciate you being here and look forward to working with you this coming year.
I as well. Thank you.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to make some comment about riding along and seeing if I can sit in the front seat this time. But but we're being recorded, so I won't say anything along those lines. Um, again, as we go back through that competitive marketplace worksheet, it looks like once you get past the 0 to 3 years, then things look pretty good pay wise. I would 30% above the market average. And I understand that doesn't take into account local jurisdictions, sheriffs, cities, that sort of thing, that could easily sap your workforce. And I get that. A couple of years ago, when when we were in the midst of those 3 graduating class periods or 4 graduating, there was a discussion regarding the military, and I was talking with someone. I can't. It was someone from the troopers, and asking if they were actively recruiting from the military, and they said that they had actually kind of cut back on that. And I thought that sounded like a horrible idea. When we had people who had previous training and had already served their country, that the highway patrol seemed like a natural fit to me. But they said that they had kind of laid off on that something, and this may have been just an off the top of his head comment. I don't know if this is widespread, but he said something about tattoos being an issue. Is that real, or was that just him giving me an answer to shut me up?
So to your question on the tattoos, we do have a tattoo policy. Obviously, our restrictions are no neck, no face, no tattoos on the hands, tattoos that are visibly played on the forearms. We have adapted that if you have tattoos on your arms, and if you want to come work for us, you would wear our Class B uniform, and we will allow that. So we have modified it. You see municipalities and sheriff's departments that don't have those restrictions. Right. But we do. That's in our policy.
All right. Is there credence to the notion that recruiting from the military had been reduced?
I'm not familiar with that. That is something that I haven't heard. I've been in my position for 6 months. I will tell you, my intentions are to go everywhere to recruit. I have been on the military base. I have spoken directly with the personnel. We are actively seeking military personnel, as I've spoken here. For those that have served our nation, just as you said, I think they would be a tremendous asset and a good fit to come serve their communities.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that answer. That really kind of stuck in my throat when I heard that. I didn't much care for the answer, but again, that was a couple years ago. Maybe things have changed entirely.
I will tell you that's not the position of the Highway Patrol, and it's definitely not for me and my unit for recruiting.
Very good. Yeah, you should have a whole chapter of Soldier for Life just for you.
I appreciate that. My son was in the Marines, and I'm sitting here trying to tell him, hey, this is a great fit for you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fact.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. When you was talking about the class of 65, you received 182 applicants and 13 accepted conditional offer. That number hit me kind of weird. And I'm thinking back, I can remember a time in school when it seemed like that the police officers, it was a real honor to move up to the highway patrol. You know, that I knew guys in town that was kind of the movement that went on. That probably covered that a lot. And so I look at the local police departments today and they seem like they're a lot younger. Maybe I'm getting older. But of the 182, how many come out of local law enforcement? You know, either sheriff or police. Was it half of them, or are we recruiting people that have no experience at all? That's my question.
We are recruiting those that have no experience, and we are recruiting obviously for the experienced. You know, and to speak to what you have said, and that's I'm 32 32 years into the profession.
Right.
I've worked at 4 other agencies. This is where I always wanted to be. And so from a city officer, sheriff's deputy, what I have previously been, this was what I wanted to be. And I think I hope this doesn't sound arrogant, but I think law enforcement in general would like to wear this uniform and be with our agency. We have we run a paramilitary academy. We are in a season where agencies are doing sign-on bonuses. They are wanting lateral transfers, and that's just something we don't do. So I think that is something that prevents certified law enforcement officers to want to just come to the highway patrol. You see that we had our first prior certified law enforcement officer class. I believe that was a 13-week condensed academy. I had expected that to be a number of 20, and I had heard from different various areas of the state that I think it was a test pilot. They kind of thought this was a test pilot for us. I think they were trying to see what that would look like. How would those troopers, those ones that came in certified, how would they be accepted and whatnot? So I think there was just a lot of people waiting to see how that was going to play out.
When you decide how many highway patrolmen we need for Kansas, do they have a formula for that? How do you decide how many's the number we need? And has that grown in the last 5 years, or let's say the last 10 years? I'm just trying to get as far as number count.
I'm sure somebody would be able to explain what a formula would look like. I don't have that experience. I've not been exposed to anything like that. I going back, I recall here maybe 5 years ago that they were wanting to increase the agency by another 100. I don't have any information as to why that was a number.
Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Captain. And I think some of my questions were already answered. Senator Fagg's questions. I do see that our culture, not presenting you guys being honorable, and that's probably caused a lot of grief there. Why people aren't signing up. It's always been something that our family has always done, is honored our law enforcement and military, and I think that's something that's really being lost these days. But just a personal thing, so I appreciate what you do.
I appreciate your comments, and I would agree with you.
My question is with the recruitment and retention, and it's straight across the board, not just law enforcement agencies, but this whole meeting today, we've been talking about the challenges with other agencies in recruitment and people wanting to work today. And with the sign-on bonuses, can you speak a little bit to, and how do you balance out, because some of these other agencies, some of the sign-on bonuses, the retention bonuses, and all these things to attract people and keep people, how does that balance out with guys like yourself who've been there forever? Do you ever feel like a sense of, wow, we're doing all this to get people here and we've been here? What kind of bonuses and perks do you guys get along the way to make sure we're retaining, and what needs to be done in that area, if that makes sense?
That's a great question. I think those that have been on sometimes get a sense that they may be forgotten or left behind in a way, and we are so focused on attracting and hiring new. While that's important, I would agree with you. It's just as important. I believe the agency wants to appropriately be able to compensate those that for their longevity as well. And I think that's what they tried to do with this latest pay increase was try to be able to across the board be able to do that fairly for the seniority as well. I was not part of that process, and I'm not able to, I guess, be able to speak and adequately answer that.
I mean, that is okay, Chairman.
Yes, you may.
It would just seem like, as the question was brought up, I believe it was representative, on keeping officers and keeping, I don't know who brought it up about how many could retire and just walk out, and we're seeing that in a lot of agencies, law enforcement agencies nationwide. So what piece have we really looked at for giving some bonuses or doing some things to keep you guys around till hopefully this is just a season and it'll pass, and in a few years we'll see a turnaround. I mean, this didn't happen necessarily overnight, but it seems like it's gonna take a little while to get a grasp on it. And I think that's a piece that we need to look at to say, hey, this might be just an incentive beyond just, everybody wants more hourly wage and more salary, but it would be nice to get a bonus here and there to show appreciation, especially you guys been in, you said 30 plus years?
Entering my 32nd year. Yes.
Yeah, well, thank you.
I appreciate that. It's been a great career. I will look at that and hopefully be able to come back and provide some information to you.
I'm not seeing any further questions, but thank you for being here today, Captain Clark. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, see you. All right, next we have the Kansas Bureau of Investigation, Robert Jacobs, the Executive Officer. You're the director.
Well, I would like to explain to the committee, and just for the record, I'm Kirk Thompson, Director at the Kansas Bureau of Investigation. Robert notified me last night he has fallen ill, and so hopefully I can step in here and respond to your questions and provide the information that you're looking for. I really do appreciate the opportunity, though, to talk to you about and update you on what the legislature provided last year as to salary enhancements for our organization. We proposed 3 different salary enhancement projects. One that dealt with our sworn personnel, our agent personnel, one that dealt with our forensic scientists, and one that dealt with the remainder of our professional staff, the rest of our organization. And we were authorized and appropriated $3.6 million to bring those salary enhancement packages to the agency. So I'd like to talk about each one of them very briefly, try to explain where we went and why we went the way that we did, and then be happy to try to answer any of the questions that you may have. One of our priority performance measures is a vacancy rate within our organization of 5%. That is what we target. There have been a couple of questions here, I think, about how we decide how many agents we need, how many personnel we need. It's not so much a formula, but it is an evaluation of whether or not we are delivering services to our local law enforcement partners at the level they request. So we look at how many cases we have to decline because we don't have the personnel, the resources to do that. And we've also gone to our partners and said, what is the standard that we need to be judged by? And that generally is, if we are called for assistance, we provide the results of that investigative assistance within 90 days to a prosecutor for review. That's our standard. In our forensic laboratory, that standard is 60 days. So we try to measure how many agents we need by how often we can meet that 60-day standard, excuse me, 90-day standard for agents, 60-day standard for our forensic laboratory, and come up with a level that, if fully staffed, we would be able to turn out the number of cases that we are requested to do in that time period. Hopefully that makes sense. That's how we look at this. Right now, we are not meeting the number of requests. We're not meeting the number of requests for investigation that our local partners are putting out there. We're declining about 25% of our requests currently. The average completion date, the average completion time for an investigative case, we're meeting that 90% standard only 42% of the time. As far as in our forensic laboratory, the 60-day completion time, we're only meeting that 39% of the time. So what we see is not only are we not meeting those standards, but we currently have a vacancy rate that is fluctuates, but usually 15 to 18% per quarter. So that's how we try to get a handle on how many positions we should request, how many positions that we need. If you would look at the first table in the testimony, it basically shows the number of authorized positions that we have across the agency, and this includes both sworn and laboratory personnel, plus critical support personnel. It shows the number of positions filled for the last 5 years and the number of vacant positions. And right now we're standing at about 66 vacancies across the enterprise. And that's about 16.5%. And you can see through the fluctuations between 2018 and 2022, there's not a clear pathward that we're seeing more vacancies or not. It's been fluctuating over time. So in recognition of that, we try to take an all agency approach and look at the 3 different major buckets, if you will, of personnel. And so we sought to enhance the career progression plan that we were approved for back in 2016 for our sworn personnel. We sought to create a different type of career progression plan for forensic scientists. And I'll talk about those 2 very quickly. Starting with the special agent classes. For the past 6 years at least that I pulled the data here for, we have less than 10% of our applicants that meet our preferred class qualifications. The business that we are in is supporting our local law enforcement partners. So we receive requests for service from those local law enforcement partners. When they call us for help, they're calling for an organization that has the equipment, that has the skills, the resources, the people to handle major investigative cases. So our target for recruitment, our target to retain our personnel, are already certified law enforcement officers who have at least 6 years of experience. So when we're recruiting in a very narrow band. We're actually going to the law enforcement agencies in the counties and cities that we support. So our recruiting is a little bit different and we don't have quite the numbers that the larger organizations have. We did our own salary study, and we worked with the Department of Administration to do that. And if you would take a look on, I don't have page numbers on my version, but if you'd look at the starting investigator pay for state agencies on page 3, thank you. You can see 2 red-lined areas. The first being the KBI currently, and this was prior to the enhancement. We were at about 53,400 per year. We proposed to move up 2 steps to 61,800 per year, and that is relevant, but that is not where we are getting our employees. We very seldom are able to reach outside of our state, bring someone into our state to come to work for us. Where we are getting our employees is from our local departments. So that's where we believe that we must be competitive, and we must be competitive at a level of pay that a detective or investigator for a fairly large department, at least medium-sized department in our state, is compensated. If you look at table number 3, you can see that prior to the enhancement, we were at the bottom in regard to the major departments within our state. With the enhancement, we moved up significantly to above the midline on compensation. So let me move on and just kind of characterize quickly the forensic scientist career progression plan. This is much different than what the sworn plan does, in that we were losing our forensic scientists once we trained them. We have a very good training program in this state. So they would come to work for us. We would spend between $80,000 and $200,000 over a 2-year period to train these individuals. And then for a few $1,000s, they would go to another state laboratory. So what we sought to do was kind of stop that exodus by recognizing both the amount of experience that they had, as well as their different certifications, higher education, and different additional requirements or responsibilities they took within the laboratory system. We were able to do that, and I think we have been successful in keeping our forensic scientists. I think we have lost 1 since this plan was put into place. I think we're being successful there. Let me jump very quickly to try to get you, I know we're way past schedule here, but let me jump to our professional staff. The individuals who work in our organization are expected to have certain qualifications to handle sensitive material, to handle and meet CJIS requirements for handling those kinds of sensitive materials. So what we had was a situation where our use any classification within the state system, a senior administrative assistant. It would take us 2 to 3 months to bring a senior administrative assistant on, based on going through all the backgrounding process. Most other agencies could bring a senior administrative assistant on within a day or 2 if they really pushed that. We were losing a lot of employees because we could not bring them on quick enough, and they were not in a position they could just wait for 2 or 3 months to come on board. So we proposed and received a security differential to recognize that difference in the expectations for those employees, how much longer it takes to bring them on, and the other differences maybe that they see in the type of material they handle and the stresses that they're put on in a law enforcement agency. So that quickly, hopefully summarizes that for our professional staff, we were successful in a 10% security differential for that group of individuals. For our forensic laboratory staff, we had a general 11% increase in their pay progression plan that was not uniform across the entire division, but it was based upon the merits that were identified within the career progression plan. And then lastly, we made a significant increase to our sworn personnel to bring them more in line with, as you could see in the charts, to bring them more in line with the local agencies from which we recruit. 54% of the people that we give a conditional offer to do not pass the backgrounding process. So it's a significant issue, but it's also critically important for an agency like ours to maintain those high standards for the individuals who are handling evidence, who are doing the forensic analysis and that type of thing. The amount of funding that we received, again, was $3.6 million spread across the agency in the buckets that I described. That money became available in July of this year. We don't hire near the numbers that some of the larger agencies do. So it's been very difficult for us to look at statistics and say, this has been successful within this first 6 months or so, or it's not been successful. So I'm not able to provide you any kind of statistical data that says this is working. But what I can do is tell you, I did a little just interviewing of some of our personnel that came on during our last sworn class. And just to give you a sense of the timelines, and I think that's important because when these people were recruited, the last class that's still in training right now, the salaries had not been enhanced. So these are people who were hired and they started the process before this information was available to them. But we started the class was vacancies were posted in December of 2021. We ID'd our candidates by April of 2022. Between April of 2022 and the conditional offers that we put out in July of 2022, of course, the legislative action occurred and the salary enhancements were approved. 3 of those individuals did not respond to our conditional offer until they knew the results of this package, whether or not it was going to be approved. So those 3 individuals, when it was approved, they signed conditional offers and we brought them on board. This was very unusual in that those 3 people all met our preferred qualifications. And where we look for at least 2 years of investigative experience at a felony crime level, this class of those 3 in that class averaged 15 years of experience. We were able to bring on board a significantly more experienced, higher trained level of agents and saved a lot of time and effort in training them and developing their experience level. The other side, I guess, of the issue is that in talking with our supervisors, what we found was that they have been told that several individuals have extended their planned retirement date as a result of the salary enhancements. So we've seen one retirement for our organization since word of this salary enhancement became public. So I think we're seeing some very positive things from the perspective we're getting better qualified applicants, at least in this particular class, and it's very limited data, and I have to stress that. Where we were getting 10% of our applicants that met preferred qualifications, in this class we're now at 57% of our applicants that met the preferred qualification. And we have people who are sticking around longer, which is critically important to us. The numbers of cases worked, the amount of years of experience is very important to us. So that's been a great outcome. The other thing that this particular project did for us was when we would try to hire, most municipalities have salary matrices or counties have salary matrices. And so they'd say, okay, this is what you'll pay me today. What will I make in 5 years? What will I make in 10 years? We could never answer that question. With this career progression plan, we can do that. And they can see where they would be in comparison to their current agency. And again, that's been very positive to see that there will be movement on down the line. And then lastly, I would mention that we belong to an association called the State Criminal Investigative Agencies. And each state in the union is represented, and we meet frequently to discuss issues. And in roundtable discussions, the last 2 times that that organization has met, I don't remember one agency not saying that they were not having recruiting and retention problems. It's clearly not a Kansas issue. I think it is an issue across the board, especially for those of us who are hiring from a very limited pool of already certified law enforcement officers. We are not hiring from the colleges. We're not hiring people that will have to spend a number of years in training. So with that, given the time, I would prefer to stand for questions and try to provide the information you guys are looking for.
All right, thank you, Director. Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Director. I want to applaud that career development matrix that you designed. I think that's a necessary tool for retaining employees. That's fantastic. Now, one thing that you said, though, and there was one piece of the puzzle that I'm kind of missing. You said that you determine the size that you want to grow to based on the satisfaction of the requests that you receive. What has been the trend as far as the number of requests you've received?
That trend has been fairly flat to downward.
Good.
And I would explain it in this way. Our agents are embedded in the field with our local partners all across the state. Our local partners have a real good sense of when we have personnel available or when they're somewhere else working and not available. So that's not a real good measure for us, but it's one of the only ones that we have about what that request for services look like. We won't get a request for service from an agency if they know that we don't have the ability right then to do that. If that makes sense.
Well, it does, but it makes the whole answer a whole lot more murky. I would have preferred a different answer. And probably you would as well. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fack.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. Does the local authority that request your services, do they pay for any of that? Or I just wondered that what the state's required when they call that we have to take care of that, or can they share cost on that?
There is no cost sharing, and
Okay.
it's the mission of our agency to support laboratory services, investigative services, and records services for local partners.
Okay. So how do you decide when you're going to take care of someone on their services that they requested, and you was telling us how much need there is out there? How you decide which one you're going to take care of, and what happens to the other ones that you don't take care of?
Okay, so we have set, because of our resource limitations, we have set 4 priorities. So it's either homicide, serious violent crime, it is child victim crime, it is public corruption, public integrity matters, and criminal organizations. So the first test is, does the request for service fit in one of those buckets? If it does, then we will do everything we can to fulfill that request. Our case acceptance many times is based upon whether we believe that we have the resources to meet that 90-day time frame in investigations, or 60-day time frame within the laboratory. There is no mandate for us to do investigations. The only mandate in statute is for us to do investigations at the request of the Attorney General. The request currently is to support our local law enforcement partners, which has been the business plan of the agency since it was created in 1939. So we are in a unique position in that when somebody calls for our help, there are times we have to say no. We just don't have the resources to do what we are being asked to do. And so that's the fine line of trying to decide how many resources we need and how we will deploy them. But those are the general rules that we follow.
I'm not seeing any further questions, but thank you, Director Thompson,
Thank you
for being here. Next, we have the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, Secretary of Wildlife and Parks, Brad Lovelace. Welcome to committee, Secretary.
Thank you, Chairman Waymaster and members of the committee. The department appreciates the opportunity to provide comments in today's hearing. Both pay and benefits are significant factors in our recruitment and retention of public safety and law enforcement personnel for wildlife and parks. This morning, we were having a management team meeting, and I mentioned I'd be talking before this committee today, and they were, our senior staff was very appreciative of your interest in this. They really did appreciate that. And they commented, several people commented to me about that. And so I wanted to let you know about that appreciation. We've pulled together this presentation. It's brief, it's very high level. We found out about the need to appear here yesterday, so we pulled this together, but we are glad to provide you with more detailed information, long-term trends of hiring and things like that, if you'd like. What I would say in summary is what you heard from Highway Patrol is very similar to our experience. Many fewer applicants, less qualified applicants. We've gotten much more creative in reaching out, recruiting, bringing them along, holding their hand a little bit more to get them where we wanted, because we do require those high level, high quality applicants. But sometimes you have to be more creative in getting them to apply. And so we're working harder than ever at doing that. But we have the same sorts of job openings that we are challenged with, that the Highway Patrol is, and we're experiencing those across the state. I mentioned in my notes we have 187 certified law enforcement positions. Divided up between 3 of our divisions. We have the law enforcement division, the game wardens, that's all they do. And 88 of those, we have 56 within the parks divisions. Those are basically park rangers and park managers who are also fully law enforcement certified, and then 43 within the Public Lands Division. So these folks are wearing multiple hats in the Parks and Public Lands Division. But as you recognize, the rural areas that we serve, there's limited law enforcement personnel out there. So we work hand in hand with the other agencies to provide law enforcement oversight. As with other agencies, we've seen that steady decline in the length of service for our employees in all our divisions, but it's most acute certainly within our public safety and law enforcement staff. So I'll talk about 2 points, pay and then also retirement benefits. Beginning pay for the natural resource officer, which is a game warden or a park ranger, is $21.65 an hour. We just got within the last week the new market study from Department of Administration, and the current rate is just over $27 for that same job classification. So we are preparing currently, really hustling on this, a pay increase proposal to those divisions. They've been waiting. We've been talking for a long time. We initially said, let's wait and see what happens during the legislature. But if you recall, last legislative session, our law enforcement officers were excluded from that 5% overall raise that was given to state employees. And then the pay adjustments that were made for corrections and highway patrol and KBI did not cover ours. So our officers missed out on those. And so we have a lot to make up with these new market numbers. We will be making a proposal to them here in the next few weeks when it comes to pay. The reason for that, of course, is we do continue to see staff leaving for other law enforcement agencies within and outside of the state of Kansas. We currently have 14 vacant positions in our law enforcement division. We talk to our employees. We're aware when they're looking at other opportunities, and there are a lot of opportunities out there. When we ask, and we have a lot of conversations, the consistent message is that pay and benefits aren't what they need, and that's why they're looking elsewhere. So on the subject of retirement benefits, these are a significant factor in both recruitment and retention of law enforcement personnel. We have been unsuccessful in past several years to move our certified staff into the Kansas Police and Firefighters Retirement System. Currently, our law enforcement certified employees are under the CAPERS plan that all our other employees are. The challenge for that is that these folks then into their 60s are required to have the physical ability to pursue subjects in the field, a very physically demanding and dangerous job. And as they get on advanced in years, we simply aren't able to meet those physical requirements. So that's why it makes so much sense for the other agencies that have their employees in the KPNF retirement system. And that's why we think it really fits for our employees, these law enforcement officers, to also be able to join that. Importantly, adding our certified staff to the KPNF pool would reduce the overall cost of to all the current members, right? So it would be actually a benefit to those existing members in KPNF if we were to be able to join. Secondly, and importantly, I know each time you consider this, you have to figure out where you're going to get the general fund money to allow an agency to get in. In our case, of course, you understand wildlife and parks, we are self-funded almost entirely. So we would be paying that amount in. So we wouldn't be asking for it from the state general fund to allow us to get in there. So we can pay our own way. We think it's very good business for us. We know it'll make a marked difference in our ability to both recruit and retain law enforcement staff if we're allowed to join into KPNF. Our latest calculation I put there on the very last line is that this would be about $850,000 a year if we were to be able to add into KPNF for our law enforcement employees. So again, I apologize for the brevity. Maybe I shouldn't at this hour of the day. Okay, no complaints from you all. I'm glad to provide more information now or later. If you have any questions, I would stand for those, Mr. Chair.
Well, we are at the very end of this meeting, we're going to schedule the next meeting. So if we want to have that information prepared, and then we get with Dylan, and then we can have you on the agenda for the next meeting. Committee, any questions? The Secretary? Not seeing any. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to move on to the state employee compensation at Larned State Hospital versus Larned Correctional Facility. And so we have Scott Bruner, the Deputy Secretary of Hospitals and Facilities. Here.
I'm online, Mr. Chairman.
You're on WebEx, okay. With the Kansas Department of Aging and Disability Services. So Scott.
Thank you, Chair and Waymaster, members of the committee. Can you hear me okay, or is there any issue with volume?
We're trying to get the volume turned up in the committee room.
Okay. I'll try to speak louder. I'm recovering from COVID, so my voice is a little strained, but I'll do my best. Okay, you should be able to see the slides I'm going to work from. Thanks for the invitation to present today. I've been trying to monitor throughout the day, so I don't want to repeat too much, but the request we got was to provide some comments on general hiring difficulty at Larned State Hospital. And then second, to talk about some specific positions that Larned, the state hospital, competes with Department of Corrections in the compensation of positions where there might be some competition. So I'm going to try to deal with both of those issues specifically in the presentation. I'm sorry, my name's Scott Bruner. I'm the Deputy Secretariat for KDADS for Hospitals and Facilities. I work with all 4 of the state hospitals, including Larned, and I'm happy to do the presentation today. I did want to provide the committee just a little perspective on Larned as a hospital and the size. At Larned State Hospital, there's really 3 separate programs that operate on the campus and really make it like three hospitals in one. So I thought the way to capture that was looking at authorized positions and our bed capacity. That's what's shown on the slide that's displayed right now. The 3 programs are the Psychiatric Services Program, which serves involuntary commitments from the catchment area that Larned serves for people that are involuntarily committed for care and treatment. The State Security Program, which takes people from jails and that are in the criminal justice system that need a competency evaluation or competency restoration. And then the Sex Predator Treatment Program, which provides for a civil commitment for people who've completed their criminal sentence for a sexual related crime, but the courts have decided they need to continue to be in a structured program. And so that happens on the Larned campus as well. And you can see both from the number of employees, they're kind of in the middle of the table on the left, and the bed capacity on the right-hand side, the kind of relative sizes of those programs. Each one has a similar kind of staffing mix of nurses, RNs and licensed practical nurses, therapeutic staff, and then direct care staff that provide the daily interaction with patients or residents. We call those mental health disability techs. So those are the main direct care positions that are most of the discussions about. Lee, if you could go to the next slide. So in terms of some of the hiring difficulties and what we've been trying to do to recruit and retain staff, and I'll get more into the numbers in just a minute. And you've been hearing throughout the day kind of a lot of the same themes. There's a labor shortage. The Larned's in Pawnee County. There's not a lot of unemployed folks. The hospital and the correctional facility are one of the larger employers. So we're drawing from the available workforce, and there's not a lot of additional people to apply for jobs. The pay rates can be somewhat of a challenge. The 24/7 operations, these aren't places that were able to close during the pandemic and have people work from home. So those impact our hiring. Maybe the one factor that's a little different than you've heard from other agencies today is the first bullet point there on the slide. One of the elements we've been able to use through the pandemic to make up for shortages in our employed staff, state employee staff, are contract nursing agencies that provide RNs, LPNs, certified nurse aides, and other staff as contract employees. They've really filled the gap between our FTEs that we're able to fill with employees and what we need to staff the hospital safely. That's been a real good thing for the hospital to keep the staffing level at a level that's safe for patients and our staff. But it's extremely expensive. Those contract staff we pay them 2 or 3 times the state employee rate for the equivalent position. So it's costly to the hospital. But in terms of recruiting and retaining, one of the things that we'll talk about in just a minute is we do a lot of recruiting online through Facebook and Indeed and other kinds of online sources. And because of our dependency on those agency staff, we're recruiting employees for the same job. Essentially, one, they could apply to be a state employee and make $16 an hour, or they could apply to work through one of the staffing agencies and do the same job and make $25 an hour. And for people that are looking for that as maybe a temporary employment, or they're going to drive in from Wichita or Great Bend or Hayes, they'll work for the additional hourly wage as opposed to coming to work for us. So that's one thing that's a little different that I don't think Department of Corrections sees on the same campus. Other things we've done to recruit and retain, we've continued and tried to, through the pandemic, do employee recognition and have activities going on campus to make sure employees know that we appreciate them. We participate with the city of Larned and Pawnee County in an effort called ks.gov, which is a online platform that links all the employers in the Pawnee County and Larned area, so you can have kind of a one-click access to apply for jobs through their economic development activities. We have paid some bonuses over the last couple of years using federal funds to recognize what people did during the COVID pandemic, and of course, we've implemented the 24/7 pay plan. All those things are in place and working. They've had kind of a differential impact on our actual ability to recruit. I had a couple more slides that were going into more detail on the 24/7 pay plan. Maybe Lee, if you can go to slide number 4. Again, I think you've heard a lot of this before. There are 4 tiers that the pay plan applies to facilities that operate on a 24/7 level at the state hospital at Larned. All employees that are hourly are eligible for differential 1. Nurses are eligible for differential 3, and then all staff are eligible for differential 4 because of our high vacancy rate. We're paired up with the Department of Corrections on that. So for our direct care staff member, a mental health disability tech, they're getting a $4 hourly differential for the hours that they work based on that differential 1 and differential 4. And then our nurses are getting that additional differential as well. There are bonuses that are paid to salaried staff as well, but all that's in place. On the next slide, just a little more context about how much money that is that we've been spending. It can go through that in more detail if you'd like, but I know time's a factor. So in terms of the impact those efforts have had on our recruiting and retaining of staff, on the next slide, you'll see our number of vacant positions by hospital. This is focused on just the positions that are in those direct care roles, the nursing, our mental health and developmental disability techs, safety and security officers, that tier of employees that's really working with staff every day. And this shows it for all 4 hospitals, but Larned State Hospital is the gray line on the top. And so you can see when this was run, I think it was last week or the end of October, we had 344 vacant positions out of those classes of those direct care staff. That's up from where we were when the 24/7 pay plan was implemented, where we were closer to 300 vacant staff. So our number of vacancies have actually gone up. If you look at the other hospital or lines that represent the other hospitals, they've stayed either flat or gone down a little bit since the implementation of the pay plan, but we just haven't seen the same impact at Larned. On the next slide, we show the same information as a percentage of those total number of positions, and you can see the Larned's vacancy rate, just for those direct care staff, is almost 60%. We closed the gap between the vacant positions and how many people we need to operate the hospital safely with contract staff. and to fill in the gap, particularly on nursing and developmental disability techs. But the vacancy rate is still extremely high, even with all the efforts and the support of the legislature and the governor's office with the 24/7 pay plan. In terms of some of the additional things we've done to recruit and retain, we've done some new advertising, kind of blanketing the western part of the state on Facebook and YouTube. We use KSN for that. We do some search engine optimization. We use Facebook and other online sources for resumes. We've reopened the campuses for students in nursing and social work and psychology to come and spend time either just touring or doing a practicum experience on the campus. That's helped quite a bit with recruiting, and that slowed down significantly during the pandemic. And I'm going through these relatively quickly just to get to the other question that you asked, but happy to go back. We do a lot of work with job fairs, nursing positions in particular. We advertise through the Board of Nursing and some healthcare specific websites. And we have filled a position at KDAD's central office to work with the hospitals to fill in some gaps where we can't maybe make it to all job fairs or work on some relationships with universities that are maybe a little further from Larned or our campus at Osawatomie or Parsons to help create some of those relationships. So lots of efforts across, particularly at Larned, but across the hospital system as well. On the next slide's a little bit of data I thought was interesting when I saw it, just to kind of what success we have in recruiting and using some online resources. So the numbers that are on this slide represent recruiting from January of this year through about the end of July. And just to show in a couple of these job classifications, we had 271 applications for MHDD positions in those 7 months of 2022 that came in, and 192 applications for safety and security officer positions. You can see there at the top the number that never set up an interview. So there was an application, or somehow we recruited them through a website, but never moved from the application stage to setting up an interview. Of those that we did interview, we hired 40 of the direct care staff. There were a larger number that didn't show up or didn't complete the interview process. Few that failed their background check or urinalysis, but again, I think it gives you a sense of we're generating applications, we're getting people to apply, but in terms of closing the deal and getting them hired on campus, that's the percentages are fairly low. And then at the bottom of that slide, of the applications that we received, we put the source of the application, whether it was Indeed or Facebook or our website, which was kind of interesting that some of those other websites are a little more, they're better at generating the leads, but we should look at the differential to see how they finally play out. But lots of effort, lots of activity. Again, similar things you've heard from Department of Corrections and other agencies over the course of the day. On the next slide, the second question that you asked, were any competition between Larned State Hospital and the Department of Corrections facility that's on where we share the campus. So we tried to put these kind of side by side of the overlap or things that we've seen. So our MHDDs, our mental health developmental disability techs, that's our entry level direct care position. That's roughly equivalent to an entry level Department of Corrections officer position. Our safety and security officers at safety and security 1 and 2 levels. Those are also kind of entry level, but more of a security focused positions that would be similar in skill set and pay. And then we do have a security chief and an assistant chief and some lieutenants in our safety and security department that are roughly equivalent to the same kind of officer level positions at Department of Corrections. And then the other area where there could be some transition is nurses that work for us or other licensed staff, LPNs, pharmacy techs, things like that could go and work for the Department of Corrections healthcare provider. They're not directly employed by the Department of Corrections, but they would work for the healthcare provider that works on the campus. When I started in this job 3 years ago, there was a little more competition at that entry level for MHDDs and correction officers. We've done a lot to kind of equalize the pay. And I'll show you that on the next slide to give you sort of, again, all of our sort of entry level positions and those direct care positions listed out here. It's for all 4 campuses. But the Larned column is the third one over. You can see that the mental health developmental disability tech, the base starting wage as of November was $16.16 an hour. And then currently with the 24/7 pay plan, they'd get the additional $4 for that. And then our safety and security officers are down there near the bottom of the chart. The SSO1s start at $18.26 an hour and go up to $19.16 an hour. And I think you've got the data from Department of Corrections on where their entry-level correctional officer positions are in that same kind of fiscal year, into equalizing these pay classes across the system or across the state hospital system. But in Larned, it was already kind of at the top end. That was our reference pricing. So you can see that information there. Happy to take questions about that. And then again, just in the interest of time, the last couple of comments I would make in terms of compensation and kind of recruiting and retaining the safety and security chief and assistant chief at Larned are salaried employees by classification. So they don't get the hourly differential. They're working a lot of hours, but they're salaried. And that's created some tension on the campus as well, and maybe something that we look at going forward for recruiting and retention. The safety and security officers, they manage patients across 3 different programs. The role they play is a little different depending on whether they're working in the state security program or sexual predator treatment program. And plus, they're also dealing with a lot of acute medical needs of some of our residents and patients. That's a little different than what happens on the correctional facility, not every time, but it is a different mix. And then the last item that has come up, or we've heard comments about from staff at Larned, is the 24/7 pay plan. There is a differential in there for safety and security officers, including the Department of Corrections officers and our staff at Larned, which is good to keep them on par with each other between the 2 agencies. But that differential hasn't applied to the staff, the mental health disability techs in the programs, particularly in the sexual predator treatment program, where they're working with the same population. They're involved in security holds, or when there's an interaction that could get a little bit testy with a resident. The safety and security officers respond. The MHTDs are also responding, and because of the differential and the way that applied, the safety and security officers are making a little bit more money than our direct care staff. There's a little internal competition. It's a choice of the employees. Just one of the things we've seen, kind of an unexpected consequence of the 24/7 pay plan. Something to think about as we go forward into whatever the next round of pay discussions would be. Mr. Chairman, that's the end of my formal comments. I did go through it kind of quickly because I know you've had a long day, but I'm happy to take whatever questions or go back to anything that I skirted over or didn't give enough attention to.
All right. And thank you, Scott, for getting through that as quick as you did. But you actually gave us all the relevant information that we're needing in regards to the unique campus that we have with the Larned State Hospital and Larned Correctional Facility. And so for committee members, we do have members from the Department of Corrections here as well. And I just want to say, Scott, in regards to the last bullet point that you talked about, was something that we've been discussing all day. And that was, we don't need to have these blanket policies as far as pay is concerned. I think we need to look at the facilities differently, because as you mentioned, some employees that were excluded, but they were still on a 24/7 rotation, and they did not receive it. And sometimes when you have blanket pay increases, like we have done with the 24/7 plan and others, some employees are omitted, and that does not help with employee morale with the state of Kansas. And that's one thing that we've been focusing on. And as I mentioned in many different committee meetings, including appropriations, and I know the Department of Corrections and yourself has heard this, Larned is different than any other campus that we have in the state of Kansas. And we need to treat it differently because we have a correctional facility and we have a state hospital. And so when we look at the state hospital employee increases, there's always been the notion of let's have it to be a flat increase. But every state hospital is different. They have a different environment, a different market. As you mentioned, what trying to do as far as recruiting employees in a rural part of the state is going to be different than Osawatomie that is in a more metro market, or can entice individuals from a metro market. And I think when we come to the recommendations at the next meeting, I think we need to look at these differently, because not one approach is not going to fix all the issues in all the facilities that we have across the state. Committee, any questions for Scott? Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Scott, thank you for your comments. You also talked about the safety and security chief and assistant chief being salaried. Can you talk anything about the kinds of hours that they are required to work in their jobs? I'm assuming also because they're professional that they wouldn't receive overtime.
Sure. Well, they work, 8 to 5 or 9 to 5, depending. They do overlap their shifts. Either the chief or the assistant chief is generally on call on a weekend as well, in case something does happen. They don't necessarily need to be on the campus, but if we have a security issue, if there's a fire alarm that goes off, if there's something that has to work with law enforcement, the chief or the assistant chief and the superintendent generally are expected to be there on campus and respond. So, I mean, they're I wouldn't characterize them as 40-hour-a-week jobs as a typical thing that they do. They're exempt from FMLA, and I think Craig, Director Knowlton, did a good job to kind of describing the difference there. They do make hiring decisions. They do have a management position, but it is a little, from their perspective, when the differentials are paid out, the kind of equity between an hourly differential and a one-time bonus isn't exactly, it's apples and oranges. And anyway, just thinking through the implications of that is the reason to raise the question. But they're both the chief and assistant chief, actually all of the leadership team on the safety and security team. They're there when something goes wrong, and that doesn't happen necessarily 8 to 5, as you all are well aware.
Any further questions for Scott? Or does anybody have any questions for the Department of Corrections if they want to answer any question? Randy doesn't want to come to the podium. Okay, I think we are done. Thank you, Scott. And as I said, we're probably going to be having a discussion in regards to Larned and the other campuses, both on the corrections and state hospital side, on how we address some of the needs with pay. So thank you again, Scott.
Other information the committee needs, just let us know.
All right, thank you. All right, committee, next on the agenda, we have the comparison of state employee to contractor compensation for transportation. And I would invite the Secretary of Transportation, Julie Lorenz. But first, I want to commend you for the great work that you have done. I have to admit, personally, I was a little dismayed when I saw the email that went out this morning that you'll be leaving in December back into the private sector. But it has been a pleasure working with you these last 4 years. I wish you well. But I am going to be a little upset that you're leaving the post of Secretary of Transportation. Secretary Lorenz.
Thank you, sir. I've enjoyed working with everyone that I see around the room. And it's a bittersweet day. But it's been a pleasure and an honor to get to serve in this role. And I love Kansas, and I'm glad to I'm staying right here in Kansas, I'm glad to say. All right. So with that, because this isn't appropriations, this isn't like, I don't have some fun quote, apologies, Representative Sutton. Well, as soon as I walked in, I was like, oh shoot, that's the thing I forgot. But I do have lots of good information. And I want to start by saying, I appreciate you all taking the time and effort, and I know it's been a long day, to take a serious look at employee compensation. And I want to say a big thanks to the KDOT team that I brought with me, particularly our HR director, Allison Sodor. We took about 6 months and we did a lot of data analysis to come to the pay plan that I'm going to talk to you about that we've enacted for KDOT employees. And I especially appreciate the point that one size doesn't fit all. One size doesn't fit all for every kind of employee, because they have different skill sets and they do different kinds of work. So I think you'll see that reflected as I walk through this presentation. All right. So going on, first of all, This is at the environment in which all agencies are working, and I'd say particularly KDOT, as you look at the additional funds that are coming in for infrastructure from the federal program, we have to balance. It's a kind of tricky business right now. We need to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars. We also know that we have a workforce shortage. We also have increased construction by 300% across the state. So you have to get that work done, and you have to find the balance between getting the work done and paying people enough and not overpaying the private side. So it's a lot of balance going on right now to deliver projects in a cost-effective way. So I wanted to start with a little backcasting or looking back. In 2012, fiscal year 2012, we spent about 157.9 million on salaries and wages. You can see that our budget 10 years later was slightly below that. However, we still aren't expending that much. It was 143.2. So 10 years later, and you can think about inflation and everything else, we are not spending as much on employee salaries and wages. Also, it's important, though, not to just take the top line number. It's important to realize we have fewer employees, so of course we're spending less, right? Like that just sort of tracks. So nothing new or novel there. What you see is back in this chart goes back to 2012, but quite frankly, if you were to go back to 2010 when T-Works was passed, the previous transportation program, you can see we were at like 2,900 employees. That number has consistently dropped. We were at 2,700 with approved for about 2,900. We're now down at approved for about 2,300 positions, and we have about 2,000 that are filled. So when I talk about this pay plan, the way that we funded this year's pay plan, it's through vacancies. I mean, we have more money authorized in wages, so we're taking the fact that we can't fill those positions, we're taking the authorized amount for salaries, and we're moving it over to pay employees more so that we try to retain them. I'll be really honest with you guys. I'm not convinced that we are going to attract, that we can recruit a lot of people. I'm just trying to stem the loss of employees and stem the loss of knowledge and expertise, because we have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that when you're inspecting some projects, when you're making project selections, you need people who are working on behalf of the state with the state's interests in mind. So you could outsource a lot of work, but there are some things for which you should not outsource. Okay, so here's an example, a specific example. I'm going to talk about construction inspectors. So when we talk about construction inspectors, they are from our classification called engineering technicians. Let me disabuse you of the idea that these are really engineers. They're engineering techs. They've graduated from high school and they have passed an algebra class and maybe a geometry class. So they can read a set of plans and they can look at something and say, does this look like what it's supposed to look like? But they're not engineers. You can see that we continually lose ETs, and about 2/3 of these numbers do the actual construction inspection. At the same time, the amount of construction work, the amount of work that's being built continues to increase. So we have to also take a backup and say, well, are we going to do this much work in perpetuity? And the answer is no. We're delivering past T-Works projects. We're building new IKE projects, but you can see the spike here in fiscal year 23. We're about 1.6 billion. We're going to see that number come down to about 900 million. And then at the end of the program, we're going to level out at about 700 million. It would be irresponsible to staff up, even if we could hire everybody we wanted. It'd be irresponsible to staff up for the peak of the program. And we've never done that. You want to try to find kind of like what's going to be your sweet spot. Where are we going to kind of level out of that? What percentage do we want to staff with KDOT employees? And anything over that you want to outsource, because you don't want to staff up for your peak. You want to staff responsibly for sort of what's your mid-level across the program, because you don't want to be bringing people in and out, in and out. There's a cost to that churn. So as I've just been talking about, we are always going to outsource some amount of work, and we're trying to find the sweet spot of not outsourcing too much and spending too much on consultants. On the other hand, we do have to get the work done. So we took a look at what are we paying, meaning the state, as compared to consultants. And you can see we are relatively more competitive at the lower end of the scale at the entry level. At the average consultant rate's $21.55 per hour, whereas KDOT's paying about $17.08. As you go further up the experience and expertise scale, you see the differential grows. So we took that into account. And we did about 6 months worth of analysis to get to what I consider to be a very targeted pay increase, where it was fully justified that we needed to pay people more, and how much more could we sort of afford to pay, not to match the private sector, but try to maintain our workforce. So at the end of the day, we were able to justify what I felt were really legitimate needs for about 1,500 employees. So that's not all 2,200, but it's the positions for which we have the most difficulty in recruiting and particularly in retaining. So we looked at how long does it take us to fill positions? What's the turnover? And you'll see it's that second bullet. The proper term is high level of terminations, but that isn't really how many people were terminating. It's how many people separate, how many people are leaving. It's not like we fire the people. And then where do we have very few applicants? And what we know is in the North Central, the Northwest, and the Southeast, we particularly have a hard time filling positions, oftentimes needing to post 3 or 4 times before we get a position filled. And when you think about sometimes the posting lasts 2 to 4 weeks, you can see how long it might take us to fill an equipment operator position. We didn't do this work in isolation. We coordinated with KDHE and Department of Ag because they also have engineers. So as we looked at engineer pay scales, we wanted to make sure we were being good colleagues with our sister agencies. So they're fully on board. We're moving ahead with the pay plan, but they're fully on board with the rates that we've set for engineers. We also looked at national data. So this comes from AASHTO. That's our National Association of Other DOTs. We looked at surrounding DOTs. We looked at other Kansas state agencies. We looked at the Kansas Turnpike. We reached out to cities and counties as well to better understand what's the market, what's the climate in which we're trying to recruit and retain. So we identified job titles based on that criteria I just talked about. Churn, how long it takes to fill, how many applications we have. And you can see there the number of employees. These are the job classifications that rose to the top and the number of folks that are in each of those classifications. And so based on that, we concluded, again, this is all based on market analysis, and across the board, 5% was needed, but in many, many cases, 5% wasn't close to enough. So then we started to look for where did we need to scale up. And you can see the range of increase for current employees ranging from the low of 5% up to 14, 18, 28, or 21. The mechanics came in at 21 because they hadn't received previous increases. So we were trying to both look across the state and the region, as well as within KDOT, to see if there were some disparities. So those are the numbers that you see in terms of the range of increase by classification. And then, in little bitty font here, you can see the where the base rate was and where the increase occurred for the new hourly. You can see the percentages there on that slide. The old rate does include the 5% that the legislature approved in 22. And then this is kind of a repeat of what we have seen across the board in terms of salaries and wages, budgeted versus actual. So this takes you back to see what you see is that in the earlier years, like 2012, the budgeting and the actual expenditure was really close. We were funding, we had positions, they were filled, and we were expending our budget. As you look at about 2016 and beyond, you can see where we weren't spending all of our budget because we had fewer people. And that trend continues of not being able to fill positions. And we have the salary available, the budget to do it. We just can't find the people. And the rates aren't high enough. So we've kind of built in this weird, the budget's here, but we're not even fully expending the budget. So that's when we took about $5 million and shifted it over to put into salaries. So we didn't exceed our budget. We just chose to put the money into increasing salaries. So what you see in 23, so when I talked about the roughly 1,500 employees that we're going to pay more, it comes out to about $3 million because we weren't able to implement it for an entire year. So it's sort of annualized. When you look at it across an entire year for FY24, it's about $5.6 million. So for a full year, 5.6. For about the half year, about $3 million. So now this is a recast of the chart I showed earlier. What you see here now is that we are more competitive with the private sector. You can see that entry level, we're now up at 1943. And you can see that at the far end of the scale on the specialist, we're at 2903. So we're about $9 difference. So we're closing that gap, but we have not closed the gap, but we've narrowed it, so to speak. So that's a quick view of the pay plan. We are able to absorb, again, I want to make clear that 5.6 million we were able to absorb in our 23 budget. We've added it to 24, but we're going to keep an eye on it. I mean, that's like best case scenario is if we were fully staffed. It doesn't happen overnight. We don't all of a sudden keep all employees and bring on new ones. So we're going to be keeping an eye on what effect this increase in pay has, both on our budget and also on our workforce. I wanted to bring to you a couple of other ideas of things that we're doing at KDOT that you might want to think about as you think about other approaches for recruiting and retention. I'm really pleased now that COVID is largely behind us. We started this in 2019. We weren't able to get too far into it, but in partnership with Department of Corrections, as inmates are getting closer to time out or release, what we're doing is we are partnering with corrections so that they can do some online classes to get their commercial driver's license, their CDL, so that when they get out, they can then more quickly get their CDL license. And whether they come to work for KDOT, which we would hope, but if they go work somewhere else, great. Like that's what we're going for, is go get a job. And if we can get you into the workforce faster, great. So we were paying for their online classes. And that paused during COVID because, it was a tough time in the prison, so that wasn't happening. But we have reignited that partnership, and I'm very optimistic. But you got to realize the pipeline has to be more than just like, okay, you're getting your CDL. We're also working with existing KDOT supervisors to say like, hey, we want them in the workforce. You might need to give, as they come back into society, you might need to give them a little grace. You might need to be a little more patient as they matriculate back into society. But long term, I'm hopeful that that will both help our workforce issues and, quite frankly, help people who are coming back into society. And then the last thing, and I'm really pleased with this piece, and this is something I brought to KDOT from the private sector that I think is really effective. We started a division for employee safety because there just hadn't been enough focus on it. Through paying much closer attention, we have decreased worker comp claims by about 50%, even though construction has increased dramatically, to the point that we were able to save about $1.9 million. And so we took that 1.9 million, and we're like, all right, let's give some of that back to the citizens of Kansas, and let's give a one-time bonus to employees that are working really hard to pay attention to safety. So those who are out in the field that have more risk, each person got a one-time bonus of $500, and everyone in the offices got $250 as a recognition that safety and a culture of safety is important, regardless of where you are, inside or outside. So it was a one-time bonus, and actually we didn't split it 50-50. I think we ended up, due to the way we did the math, I think it ended up being like 750 for employees. So it wasn't quite 50-50. It might have been more like 45-55, with a little bit more going back to taxpayers. But I think those are the kinds of things about making an environment where people want to work and where they feel safe. And you're looking to prisons to try to get people into the workforce. Money's really important, no doubt, but a culture is also important at the workplace. So with that, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Secretary Lorenz, and for getting to that fairly quickly. I mean, 15 minutes.
Sure.
So can you go back to slide number 3? And in fiscal year 2022, we had 156.2 million in salaries.
Yes.
And then the actual spend was 143.2 million, 143.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
So $13 million difference. And that was because of the vacancies, or?
Yes.
All because of vacancies.
Well, I should be more precise. Vacancies and lower number of positions. So as we employed fewer people, positions started being removed. And so it's both fewer number of positions that are open, and we just have fewer number of positions both.
And then the 5.6 million, that has been included in your budget request?
Yes.
Into the governor's? Okay.
Yes. And so we'll have to see if that's included, but yes.
And is that any special fee funds, or is it?
It's just in our, let me ask Brenda, I'm pretty sure it's just in the budget. Oh, comes out of the state highway fund. So state highway fund.
I was just making sure, SGF.
No, just, no SGF, nowhere.
And I do have to commend you and your staff. I mean, you have actually analyzed this and targeted the particular positions that you need to bring up to market level, and actually had a comparison of where they need to be in regards to the private sector. So I commend you and your staff for that.
Thank you.
Representative Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm kind of going along with the same thing here, but on slide 15, there was one piece of the puzzle that I wanted to make sure I had a firm grasp on. By the way, sorry. Good to see you, Secretary.
Thank you.
All right. When we get to the average 2021 consultant hourly rate, is that the rate paid to the consulting company or to the employee themselves?
To the company.
To the
So
company.
that includes the overhead that the company takes onto. So that's where they add benefits, and they add office space and equipment and all those, and profit. So that's all included in that overall. That's the rate we pay for that person, but that is not the wage that person receives.
Okay.
Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure. Right.
All right. So we might be a little bit more competitive than it even looks here.
Perhaps. Yeah. Yes. But I don't want to overstate, because I think at entry level, and we have seen this as we recruit, like out of college, we do much better at getting folks like directly out of college. It's that we don't have the progressions we need at the more senior levels. And that's where we start. We start seeing people at about year 10-ish. That's where we start to lose people. We've also done a good job training them, and then they are more valuable. So, that's how that goes.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Well, thank you very much. And
thank
you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. On page 8, when you was talking about the online classes at KDOT, how many people you got in that program right now?
You mean at Department of Corrections?
Yeah.
I think, Allison, have we just started it? We just started it.
Okay, just started.
So I would consider it, and I would certainly continue to ask KDOT how that's going, and corrections. I don't expect that we're going to get tons of employees there, but I think it's a good program to do.
So as I read this, you go pay for their classes, they come out, and they decide they're going to go work for some other trucking company.
Mm-hmm.
Have any kind of clawback thing to that?
We're not paying that much for the online class.
Pay for them to help.
Absolutely. I'm happy to do that. You know why? Because if they go get a job, great, like better, like, like I'd love to have them at KDOT, but I just want them to have a job and, not come back to prison. So it is not a huge amount of money. I think where we're going to do better, quite frankly, is in teaching our KDOT supervisors to make sure that we're giving them any additional coaching they need to be a good employee.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank
you. Being here. So just a little bit further questioning about that 13 million budgeted versus the actual. And you had said that 3 million of it you absorbed.
Mm-hmm.
And so you were able to increase salaries with 3 million. And then, what I understand is you're asking for 5.6 increase.
So yeah,
you had 13, so
right.
Tell me with those numbers.
So, right. I have great question. So we were able to absorb the 3 million, realize that the increase didn't go into effect until after the fiscal year started. So that's one part of it. I would say out of an abundance of budgetary caution, we asked for the whole 5. I don't know that we're going to spend it in this year. because I'm not sure we're going to staff up, but if we are lucky enough to staff up, we'll need it. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure we're going to use all of that, to be honest. And then do you see what I mean? It's like we haven't spent all of our salary budget for a long time. So whether it's included or not,
I'm trying to understand why you're asking for more when you haven't spent what you.
I agree. I would say it's out of an abundance of budgetary caution. That I am right there with you.
Okay, and then just one other quick question. Some of your charts, it talks about construction inspectors, like even that last one that someone else asked about. But it's not, we're not talking about just inspectors, construction inspection.
No, I was just using it as an example.
This was just the example.
Right. Just so that you could I wanted to illustrate where we have some of our best data, and it's on the inspector side.
All right. Thank you.
Sure. No, those are good questions. Good eyes.
Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you will be missed, and especially on transportation. I do appreciate just the way you have brought your presentations and the think tank team that you have.
They're good ones.
Bringing things down for layman's term, especially being new to the Senate. You've been real helpful to me. So positive note.
Thank you.
Thank you. And really just several agencies throughout the day concentrating on the recruitment, and we obviously there's a lot to be said on that. But I think the way you handled the retention and bringing things around to let people know that they're necessary, they're needed. Some of the things that you did along those lines in helping people feel valued for the team. I think that's huge. And sometimes we forget that because as much as we need a greater workforce, keeping that workforce, and when they're valued, that's what keeps people around. So just a couple of positive notes on your way out. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you.
Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too would like to thank you for what you've done for us in the legislature, but particularly for the traveling public. I think my mother always was disappointed when she found out you couldn't invest in those orange cones, that it's a privately held company, because we've certainly seen an increase
around
in those. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding this. You're asking for more money for salaries. Some of that should be offset through reductions in consultant payments. Would that be true?
Not in the short term, in the long term. So as I talked about, like the ebb and flow of the construction cycle. So as we peak, we are going to need every hand on deck. But as we see construction cycles begin to normalize at about the 700 million, we then will need fewer consultant support on the construction inspection side. But I would also say we have not fully used and this is to Representative Humphrey's point, which is well taken, we have not fully used our salary budget for a long time. So there is room, but as you use it, then like it's a balance. If you eat into that, you just have to be careful that you don't get over your skis, because then you need to go ask for more. So there's kind of this balance of it'd be a wonderful problem if we all of a sudden were fully staffed and had no salary budget excess. I don't think that happens this year, but I hope it happens someday.
And you are showing a decrease, particularly in the demand for inspectors, even in fiscal year 24.
Somewhat. Now, what you see here, this is like the thing, I'm sorry, because it just is such a, so when we let the contract in a year, you don't build all the project that year. So there's this budget view, and then we also have to do the cash flow view. So we let a 3-year project, and it will hit the books in 23, but we may not be done with it till 26. So you need those inspectors for all 3 years. So you're always kind of chasing the end of the project, if you know what I mean. So it takes a while, but long term, the most important thing you can do in transportation is try to find this equilibrium. Contractors don't like it. The agency doesn't like it. You don't want these wild swings of lots of work, no work, lots of work, no work. Nobody likes. The market hates uncertainty. So to the extent we can kind of get ourselves normalized at about 700 million, that's what we need to do. That's a healthy program year in and year out.
Thank you. I'm understanding that a little better, that it's a graph of construction letting, not of demand.
Yes,
for
yes,
inspectors.
yes. Thank you.
And then I want to thank you for this CDL training program. And even if they don't all work for you, there's going to be more competition in that workforce, and maybe some other people will move over.
Agree.
Any further questions for the secretary? All right, seeing none, I do have a comment from Representative Hoskins, who's joining us on WebEx, and she'd like to wish you well, and the fantastic job that you've done. And she just wanted to express her gratitude for you being the ranking member on the Transportation Committee.
Thanks. Thank you.
So if I don't see you, I think for all of us, we wish you the best. You've been great to work with, and you will be missed.
Thank you. Y'all put on your seatbelts as you go home. Please be safe. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, committee, we are going to be having a second meeting. Obviously, we're going to be discussing some of the carryover items that we had from this morning and this afternoon, and probably some additional agenda items that will be added. So I just kind of wanted you to check your calendars. There's 3 dates that I was looking through during the day. The first would be December 8th, December 15th, or December 22nd. No, wait, on the 22nd? Okay, so now the 8th or the 15th?
The 8th is CSG. I will check with Ethan. I don't know what his schedule would be, but I'll text him right now.
Okay.
I could be here on the 15th.
Hoskins says the 8th.
Okay. On the 8th? No.
It sounds like there's a lot of conflicts on the 15th. So right now we'll tentatively schedule the next meeting for the 8th. And then that hopefully will be our last meeting. We won't use a third day. So is there anything else that any of the committee members wishes to address the committee? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned.